to tell them prepare for war? I don't know. Biden just signed this $53 billion funding of U.S. chip manufacturing. This is how it goes, man. I often talk about civil war, right? And I say that one thing that's required for war is supply lines, resources. So as you see the expansion of a parallel economy, which is, as more and more people in the U.S. get censored, there are companies popping up, like the company, it's literally called Parallel Economy, that seek to bypass the censorship. The country is fracturing. This means that there will be paths towards resources for opposing factions. Right now, in the world, when the U.S. says we're going to start making our own silicon chips away from Taiwan, it's simply put, we are building up our parallel economy. We are bringing back core manufacturing to our country, and that means that we are prepped and primed for some major international conflict. If China is launching missiles and surrounding Taiwan, a couple things could happen. The U.S. maybe went there to formally say, we will not protect you. I'm sorry, but we won't risk World War III. Or Nancy Pelosi went there to say outright, World War III is already started. I mean, the Pope said it started. I saw a tweet earlier. Someone said that when Hitler invaded Poland, nobody knew that World War II had just begun. But it did. And the same could be true with Ukraine. Now, they went on to say, if we defeat Russia in Ukraine, we prevent World War III. You really think that's the case? You think nuclear-armed Russia's going to go, oh no, we've lost Ukraine, guess we surrender? Or they're going to be like sitting back being like, we may not have the fighters, we may not have the jets, the SAM sites, whatever, to stop U.S. military might, but we do have ICBMs. And what's that, the Satan missiles, what NATO calls it? A 50 megaton MIRV ICBM? Man, I take a look at what's going on and I say, for what? For what? For what? But what do? We don't want China to take Taiwan. I don't like the fact that the CCP ever emerged in the first place and forced the Republic of China onto the island of Taiwan. But what do we do? Does the United States just say we're going to keep expanding our military power, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO? For what? It's crazy that under Trump we were seeing peace. Isn't it nuts? China's doing oil exploration in Africa and South America. There was this plan like 8 years ago. It was longer. I mean, the plan probably started a while ago for the Nicaraguan Canal. China didn't like that we have basically control of the Panama Canal. Although technically Panama was handed over control, we know the West controls it. And so they wanted to dig through Nicaragua, which is insane. I mean, Panama is very narrow, so you can do this canal, which allows, not having to go all the way around the American continents. And the Nicaraguan Canal would give China competition in that regard. It would have destroyed a major source of fresh water. Ultimately, the project was scrapped. Yet China is absolutely challenging Western power. And people like Hillary Clinton, these Democratic establishment types, the bureaucratic state, and EU bureaucrats, they don't want to see it. So it's surprising to me that they don't see. It would be surprising to me if they didn't understand what they were doing was leading us to this major international conflict. They have to know. They absolutely have to know. U.S. approved Sweden and Finland, NATO, blah, blah, blah. You know what I was thinking when I was watching all this go down? If there's anything that's actually going to spark World War III, it's probably the tabloids. I'm serious. Look at this photo from The Sun, thesun.com. It shows China and the USA firing missiles, but it's the stupidest graphic I've ever seen. Do you understand why this graphic is stupid? Give you a second. For those that are listening, you're probably like, just tell me, okay. The graphic shows China firing missiles westward towards the USA to hit the USA's east coast. Why? Let me tell you two things. If you were actually going to map this out, based on the actual positioning of countries, China would fire its missiles eastward over the Pacific, which is a shorter distance than wrapping around the entire planet. Better yet, China would fire its missiles northward to go over the North Pole and then down to the U.S. I flew from New York to Hong Kong once, you go north. Because, Earth is round. I love this image. Anyway, I digress. If there's anything that I think will potentially spark World War III, it's going to be tabloids. Why? Because these websites, they want the clicks, and so they give you the most shocking interpretation. And you know what? I don't necessarily blame them. I shouldn't say the tabloids. I should say the media. We are all doing it, and it's cranked up to 11. In the crosshairs, writes the Sun. Russia must strike London first when World War III erupts, as Putin ally who reveals Kremlin plan to conquer Europe. So this guy goes on TV and he says a bunch of crackpot nonsense. The tabloids all say they're going to nuke London. He said this a couple months ago, nuking London. And then you got this one. Pelosi could be Franz Ferdinand figure that sparks potential World War III if China harms her on Taiwan trip. To be fair, it's that kind of rhetoric that may actually stop the conflict. No, seriously. I said the same thing. I said we could be looking at a Franz Ferdinand situation with Nancy Pelosi going to Taiwan because all you need is one rogue actor to be like, long live China or the Communist Party, and do the red salute and then harm Pelosi or something. But I will add, this story, while it's insane, showing these missiles kind of going the most ridiculous direction, maybe they want the world to see the missiles fly overhead. I don't know. This story might actually wake these people up. You don't want a Franz Ferdinand situation. We don't want an eruption of a war over one person being hit. Red alert, China's growing nuclear threat. We here in the United States, we got very, very powerful nuclear weapons, but I believe Russia has the most powerful. So you can rag on Russia all day and night. I think they've got, like 60 million people. Not even that many people, but they got nukes. They got nukes. They've got the best nukes. Everyone agrees. They've got the Satan 50 megaton MIRV. They could pepper the eastern seaboard with, 8 megaton warheads. That's going to wipe out every urban center. I mean, it's not as big as people think it is, but a 50 megaton bomb obliterates the entirety of Washington, D.C. and the neighboring cities like Alexandria. I think even Baltimore gets hit by some of the blasts. Baltimore's not that far away from Washington, D.C., mind you. So they go on to mention that, when she touched down, okay, we get it. She left. It didn't go off. But what she did end up doing is provoking China into firing missiles. But, I'll say maybe that's not even fair. China was planning this stuff, okay? China launching these missiles, firing rockets over Taiwan, surrounding Taiwan in this military exercise. We know they've been planning this. They've been doing beaching operations. They've been doing sand dredging, going around Taiwanese territorial waters and then just ripping apart the sand. They're like getting ready for beaching the island, just slamming into it. They're going to take it. What they're doing right now, surrounding it, I've fired drills. It's isolating the island. It's going to shut down. Right now, you didn't understand this. These missiles flying overhead. Some people are probably saying, like, yeah, but so what? It's like the rockets are going. They're not actually attacking. No. You think planes are coming in? You think planes are coming in? You think ships are coming in? You think goods are coming in? They could choke off the island, shut down food production, food shipments, starve Taiwan out. Give it 3 days, and then walk in and pick up the scraps. I think Taiwan on the verge of falling, and I don't know if the U.S. is going to intervene. If China does, Russia's immediately going to know what happens. Does China then say will they declare support for Russia in the conflict in Ukraine? I think it was even George Soros who said this is the start of World War III. You don't get it because I mean the rhetorical. You're not literally like you don't understand history because you're living it. You know what I mean? We are all this way. What I mean to say is, the average person sees what's happening and says this is not history, but it's always history. When we talk about World War III, we talk about this U.S. Civil War. Right now, people are saying we're not in a civil war. A civil war is not coming. If it does, if a civil war does break out, in history books, they're going to say the Civil War started September 17th, 2011, with Occupy Wall Street. No, they might talk the precursor events to the Civil War, of which they'll include all of these things we have just lived through. They'll talk about the 2020 election. They'll say the Civil War started in 2020, with the election, and then Donald Trump supporters on January 6th. That was the start. The insurrection at the White House was the beginning of the Civil War, and many people didn't know what they were looking at. And they'll say, in fact, there were many commentators, like this person, Tim Pool, who said it was just a bad riot. But maybe that's the beginning. Because you get people locked up, people get angry, people won't back down, and then it escalates. You can't see the escalation will take us or the escalation will occur. What we're seeing right now with China I don't think you should panic. I don't think you should be scared. What I do think is, I've done shout outs for safe and ready meals on numerous occasions. And it's funny how several leftist outlets were like mocking me for that. There's a huge flood just hit people are dying. It struggled with supplies. There was an algal bloom in I think it was like the Cleveland area or something 10 years ago, and people had no water. And I'm just like, dude, you want to make fun of the idea that someone would have a first aid kit, some water, and some food backup so they can survive more than 3 days? Okay, let's be real, 6-7 days without water? It's crazy to me. Looking at all this stuff. China surrounding Taiwan and getting ready to make these moves, with Russia saying everything they're saying, with the saber rattling, with the war actually in Eastern Europe for the first time since World War II. We're tracking on like we're following a similar track to the early 1900s. And people think, nothing's going to happen. But if you look at history, this is exactly what happens when things are happening. So look, maybe the golden age returns and the conflict dries up. Or maybe it's time to start thinking about what it may be like if a war really breaks out. They're talking about the inability to recruit soldiers. Do you know what that means? I got a wake-up call for Gen Z. They can't recruit people. People don't want to be in a woke military. So if a war really does break out, you know what that means? It means you will be drafted. We'll see how that plays out. This country would implode in 2 seconds. It's crazy days, man. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then. Is it 4D chess? Or is Elon Musk simply blindly blundering through a $44 billion Maybe it's 4D chess. Maybe it was all part of Elon's plan to weed out the bots on Twitter. The Daily Mail reports Elon Musk is set to countersue Twitter in an attempt to scrap $44 billion buyout and avoid possible fine, which would be $1 billion. Billionaire's legal team wants extra time to put together a case about fake accounts on social media giant. Elon Musk is filing his own countersuit against Twitter to try and get out of his $44 billion deal to buy the social media behemoth. It's unfortunate. It's sad to hear. But it may actually still help nonetheless. While many people on the right cheered, like, go Elon, because if Elon buys the platform like Babylon, he gets unsuspended, people were thinking that it was going to have a positive effect once he took over. Now we're finding out he doesn't want to take over, and the left immediately was like, haha, it's not happening. And my attitude's kind of like, yeah, I don't know if it's going to happen. Some pundits have said there's no way Elon gets out of this. He's going to have to do it. And my attitude is like, there's kind of already been a net positive, right? There's already been a shock to the system, tons of pressure. So it is what it is. Obviously, I wanted Elon to buy it. And if he doesn't, I'll take the 1% gain versus the 100% gain. Like, there's still some good. It's better than nothing. They say Musk's legal team wants the Delaware Court of Chancery and time accounts and bots on Twitter, according to the New York Post. This comes after Twitter on Monday accused Musk of trying to slow walk the company's lawsuit, hold him to his takeover, and urged a September trial to ensure deal financing remains in place, according to a court filing. Millions of Twitter shares trade publicly daily under a cloud of Musk-created doubt, the company wrote. No public company of this size and scale has ever had to bear these uncertainties. It suggested that the longer this stays in the courts, the more it could hurt Twitter stock prices, and the easier it would make it for Musk to get a friendlier buyout price. Here's my prediction. I think Elon's going to buy it. And I think he's going to buy it at a discount. Twitter is suing. Now, this judge, I believe it's the Chancery judge in Delaware or whatever, the Delaware Court of Chancery Chancellor, sorry, not a judge, a chancellor. Apparently in the past, she's forced acquisitions. There was some company that sued, and the company said, make a buy. She said, done, and it was fast. Some people think this was a very smart move on the part of Twitter, and that Chancellor McCormick's going to be like, dude, you agreed to buy it, I'm done wasting time, done. But what if Elon can't afford to buy it? Well, there's the big question. So here's what I think may end up happening, the most likely in my opinion, and probably likely wrong, but here's what I think. I think there's a great probability that Twitter will demand a sale, that the judge will say, make the sale, and Elon will be like, we can only do it at 35. And then Twitter's going to be like, fine. Right now, the stock price is getting beaten down. And so they might just be like, we will take what we can get for it to wash our hands of it. 40 chess. I mean, seriously, look, I'm not entirely convinced of the case, but there's a strong case that Elon Musk is just shaking it up so hard that it's forcing people to somehow be this. I have some shares. They're down. I'm down on the shares that I bought, thinking, I think I had some before, or I can't remember if I bought before or after Elon announced he was going to buy. But imagine this: people buy shares. Hey, I'll have shares, and then he tanks it with this strategy to save himself some money. He's basically just putting your money in his pocket. But honestly, I don't have that many. I like 20, so I don't really care. I would prefer Elon buy this platform because we need to fight back, fight the censorship, and we need Elon to help make that happen. Now he's backing out. Maybe. Before we move on, though, with talking about the expedited trial and what's going to happen, I'm going to shout out timcast.com because it's part of the big announcement I'm going to be doing all week. When you go to timcast.com and you become a member and support our work, you will see that Parallel Economy has replaced PayPal. If you're a member of the website and you use PayPal, you're fine, you're grandfathered in. It will keep going, you don't got to worry about it. If you want to support Parallel Economy, an anti-censorship platform for payment processing, sign up using Parallel Economy. Sign up right now to support our work. I would really, really appreciate it. We all do. And I'll put it this way. Don't sign up to timcast.com if you don't like the shows we're making. If you don't think we deserve it. If you think the mission is important in building an economy separate from Silicon Valley. If that's all you care about and you're willing to sign up, I ask you to do so. If you like the content we make and you like the Parallel Economy, definitely sign up. And if you're an existing member, Stripe is fine. I actually kind of like Stripe. I do. But I like Parallel Economy way more than all of them. And I like the idea that they're better in terms of the cost and they're better in terms of censorship. And we need to do what we can to support companies that utilize Parallel Economy and Parallel Economy so that PayPal loses market share. So these companies that are woke and want to ban people lose market share, this is one way to do it. Timcast.com, click the sign up button, join us. It's all part of the same story. Elon Musk buying Twitter. Why is it so important? Because the Babylon Bee got shut down. Now, the funny thing, Elon Musk is the founder of PayPal, and PayPal's garbage. I don't completely trust Elon Musk. And I'll put it this way. PayPal's not so bad in a certain light. It's convenient, it works, but it seems like they need to update their website. Stripe is way better. And they've got a political problem. So the issue for me is that PayPal just dominates the space, and they're not that good. Parallel Economy actually has a really great back-end system. It's actually really fantastic. Stripe also has one that's really, really great. But, Stripe is still pretty big Silicon Valley. I want to support these companies. I wanted Elon to buy Twitter because I want to see the cabal of Silicon Valley start to break apart. They're going to say, Musk, who is the world's richest person and chief executive of the electric car maker, accused San Francisco-based Twitter of rushing the trial to obscure the truth about spam accounts and to railroad him into buying the company. The first hearing in Twitter's original lawsuit will take place Tuesday in front of the Delaware Court of Chancery. McCormick will likely rule on Twitter's request for an expedited trial, according to the Post. Twitter's lawyers want the trial to start in September, while Musk's team wants to start no earlier than February 2023. Musk's countersuit will also be heard by Chancellor McCormick. On July 8th, Musk said He was terminating the deal because Twitter violated the agreement by failing to respond to requests for information regarding fake or spam accounts on the platform, which is fundamental to its business performance. The billionaire appeared to respond to the suit in a tweet on Tuesday evening, writing, "Oh, the irony." He seemed to be referring to the fact that he was initially aggressive in pursuing the deal over skepticism from Twitter's board, roles that have now reversed. It's fascinating, isn't it? Here's what I think. I think the lawsuit's bad for Twitter no matter what. And I think Elon forced their hand. I don't know if it was on purpose. Elon may be just bumbling around, but here's what's happened so far. Twitter didn't want to sell. I cried when she found out Elon was buying the platform. Now, some crazy stuff happened behind the scenes. Followers were dropping to the left and rising for the right. And then Elon goes, maybe I don't want to buy it. Chaos for Twitter. Chaos. When they go to trial, Elon's going to be able to request documents and say, present this information to the court on these issues. Elon should be able to request information on their bots. And they might argue, we're not going to release that publicly. And they're like, well, how is he supposed to make the assessment if you're not revealing this stuff? It's fascinating. You got lawyers on the left being like, he waived due diligence, and lawyers on the right being like, that doesn't matter. You can't withhold information. We will see. We will see, and I would like to see Elon actually buy the platform. Twitter's lawsuit argues, having mounted a public spectacle to put Twitter in play, and having proposed and then signed a seller-friendly merger agreement, Musk apparently believes that he, unlike every other party subject to Delaware contract law, is free to change his mind, trash the company, start operations, destroy stockholder value, and avoid. Twitter's general counsel, Sean Edgett, informed staff of the lawsuit in a company-wide memo on Tuesday afternoon. They have also filed a motion for an expedited trial alongside the complaint, asking for the case to be heard in September, as it is really important for this matter to be resolved quickly. Or maybe he doesn't want Elon to be able to publish the bot information. Oh, this is going to be fascinating. It goes to trial. Elon says, publish the information on bots. Twitter's stock price implodes. When people find out this platform is garbage. There's something else to consider, though. Why Elon Musk may not want to be buying the platform. Did Elon anticipate it's not just about the U.S.? Every single country for which Twitter operates in has crazy rules. Rules they will not allow Elon to implement. Free speech in China? Yeah, right, it's not going to happen. Free speech in Germany? Please. Hate speech laws are in place. So Elon may want to make these changes, and then he realizes the only market I can probably impact is the U.S., and that's not going to make me any money. And then he realized, wow, all you can really do is work into the heads of the regimes. He can fix it in the U.S. We'll see how much money he makes off of that. Honestly, I'm not entirely convinced he would be. In fact, if he doesn't, other countries might pull out. This is the issue. Twitter told me that they implement these rules for our global platform. Yeah, it may be that Germany is like, if you allow these things, we won't allow you in our country. And so Twitter then says, okay, we'll limit everything in your country to just your country and cut off the U.S. from the rest. Or they say, we don't care if it's in our country or not. You're allowing it on the platform, period. We won't allow it. You're going to lose 30 to 60 million users unless you ban these words. And then Twitter says, fine. Because it's the compromise. They know the woke like it. They'll ban the conservatives. But think about it this way. If there are 100 million conservatives in this country that they could potentially get, but 1 billion people around the world they could get, if they ban the conservatives, they're going to go for the billion. I don't know if Elon could actually solve this the way he wants to, and maybe that's why he's taking the action that he is taking. They say, at this point, we anticipate the next step in the process will be for the court to set a schedule for the case. The lawsuit was widely anticipated. Was a widely anticipated step after Musk last week announced his intent to pull out of the merger agreement and specified penalties for backing out of the deal. Those penalties included a $1 billion breakup fee. Now look, here's the reason why I think Elon's playing games. Elon knew a recession was coming. He knew there were bots, and Twitter is an effective means of communication for right now when it comes to space travel. Short bursts of information, a text publicly available. There's the way to do it. You send people to Mars, what are you going to do? Have a long phone call transmitted with a 20-minute delay, or a tweet? Shows up 20 minutes later, boom, there it is. Someone's like, I'm on Mars. I ate a potato. He's talked about that, and that may be why he wants Twitter. He's also got this other company, it's called X or something, where he wants Twitter to be a part of, which it sounds like it's all, or I think X.com or something. I don't know. I think that was the name of like PayPal initially. I think Elon has some kind of plan, but we'll see. But my friends, I can only speak about censorship for so long, because even if Elon was to save the day, what happens when Elon moves on? Elon is an old man, 51, well, old enough. He's got a good 20 years left, maybe 25. What do we do without Elon Musk? Fear not, my friends. I have good news. Elon Musk's dad, this is really amazing stuff. Elon Musk's dad, Errol, has been asked to donate sperm to create a new generation of Elons. Elon Musk's 76-year-old father has claimed he's been offered to donate sperm by an unnamed company to create a new generation of Elons. How absolutely bonkers. That's kidding, by the way. I'm not worried about Elon passing on. I think Elon is great. I think it's awesome. I think I want to buy Twitter. I like that. I don't think he's so great that we need his father to procreate endlessly and share his DNA to create more Elons. Elon has a brother. He's also done great work. But here's the story nonetheless. Errol Musk, 76, previously said in an interview with the U.S. Sun that he welcomed a second child, now 3, with his stepdaughter, Gianna Bezudenhout, 34. Absolutely amazing, by the way. In 2018, it was revealed that he had welcomed his now 5-year-old son, Elliot Rush, nicknamed Rushy, with Jaina, who was 42 years his junior, and he had raised since she was 4. Yikes. Now the Tesla CEO's father claims he has been offered the chance to donate his sperm by an unnamed South American company. The company in Colombia donates sperm to impregnate high-class Colombian women because they say, why go to Elon when they can go to the actual person who created Elon? Okay. Elon is not but a piece of Errol. He is the combination of Errol and Elon's mother. Elon is the DNA you want. In fact, if you really want Elon's, you need to ask his mom and dad to make a bunch more babies, not just take his head. Also need his mom's eggs, but she's probably too old, maybe doesn't got any left. So they're going to the dad. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work out. While he said he has not been offered payment for his services, okay, Errol added that he could receive other perks if he agrees to be a donor. They haven't offered me any money, but they have offered me first-class travel and 5-star hotel accommodation and all that sort of stuff. When asked if he would give his sperm away instead of charging for it, he said, well, why not? As the U.S. Sun previously reported, Errol has openly stated he is keen to have 4 kids and believes the only thing we are on this earth for is to reproduce, something Elon Musk apparently agrees with. If I could have another child, I would. I can't see any reason not to. If I had thought about it then, Elon or Kimball wouldn't exist. Errol was married to Jaina's mother, Heidi, for 18 years, and they had daughters Rose and Alexander together. He had his 3 eldest children, Elon, Kimball, and Tosca, with his first wife, Mae Musk. Errol has told the U.S. Sun his purported second child with Jaina was unplanned, but that he was living with her after the birth of his son. I haven't checked the DNA, but she looks just like my other daughters. She looks like Rose and Tosca mixed up. She looks exactly like Rushy, and she behaves like him, so it's pretty obvious, you know. He added, she wasn't planned, but I mean, we were living together. She, Jaina, stayed here for about 18 months after Rushy was born. Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know. Errol Musk banging his stepdaughter, who he raised she was 4, is just downright creepy. But of course, they're trying to smear Elon over that. That has nothing to do with Elon. You can't blame the child for the sins of the father. Sorry. What Errol did is kind of crazy. I don't know what else to say about it. Maybe there will be a new generation of Elons emerging in Colombia. And they'll have space travel and who knows what else. The other big tabloid news with Elon is him being shirtless on the beach, which I'm not going to pull the pictures up. It's just so stupid. So let me just tell you, we've got very serious problems affecting this country. It's political, it's cultural, it is very serious. Elon Musk has entered the fray. You know, PayPal is a player in all of this as well, as I mentioned, with our moves to parallel economy. And that's Elon. Elon's been shockingly influential on this world. And so, of course, because of that, the media is going to talk about Elon not wearing a shirt. I don't care if he's not wearing a shirt. People go sue me all the time and don't wear shirts. How is this news? We're going to talk about the eccentricities, I suppose, of the father Errol. And fine, I don't care. These are the stories that are popping up on the Daily Mail and other websites about Elon, his family, and it's like what we saw with Alex Stein and Big Booty Latina, right? That story. The bigger story was that AOC said that 1-6 was basically an inside cop. People opened doors from the inside, and she wants to know who did. And I'm like, okay, just refer to police. I agree. Instead, every single story was like Big Booty Latina, and I'm like, dude, come on, man, I don't care. Right now, this is the news that matters. What will the future of our culture be? Will Elon Musk actually buy Twitter, or is he just screwing around and screwing up? If we do not get a handle on censorship, if we do not restore the right to speech, this country does not function as a republic. Powerful interests have been taking over these companies, seizing culture and causing very real problems. So what do we do? We should not be sitting back and relying on people like Elon Musk. You should not be sitting back and relying on people like me. You should be taking action yourself. You can try and solve the problem. Now, tell me, for Elon Musk, I agree with that. I, Teslas or whatever, I can afford to support his moves because he seems to be doing better than many people. Here's a guy who believes people should have more kids, the world's not overpopulated, and he wants people to be free. Certainly, Timcast.com. Support the networks you like. Timcast or the Daily Wire. Give Elon Musk your moral support. I don't think he needs your money. Or, buy his cars if he can afford it. What you need to do is speak up first and foremost. Stand up first and foremost. And stop giving your money to people who hate you. But I believe in being reasonable. And I don't believe it's reasonable to tell everybody, cancel Netflix, cancel Discovery, cancel Disney, because people like those shows. That's why I decided at Timcast, we're going to go for making streaming shows. Tales from the Inverted World. What was the real path having a free show on YouTube, hoping that we'd sell ads? And I'm like, let's fight on the same front. Let's start making shows. And instead of just being like, don't watch them, watch us, I can be like, how about this? Watch whoever you want to watch. And I will prove to you we will be better. We will make better shows. We will make funny shows. We will make scary shows. We will make interesting documentaries. We will launch comedy specials. And we will challenge that machine. And we will make it so that people leave Disney because they've decided Timcast is better. So that's all that matters to me. No words. Now, many of you may be all about the mission. And so you decided to support Timcast.com just so that we can try. I respect it. But I believe that out of the 60+ million people who watch our videos every month, we don't have that many. If 10% of those people just signed up to watch our content, we'd be bigger than all of these networks. I wouldn't even know what to do. I gotta be honest, I'd probably freak out. Where we're at right now, I can handle it, and it's getting really difficult. If we had 10% of our viewers as members, we'd be one of the biggest streaming platforms. I believe we're way bigger than many of them. I think, what do they have, like 2 or 3 million a piece, these other companies? They're getting like 30 to 40 million bucks a month. Daily Wire is getting like $1 million a month off their subscribers. We need to get there. But we're not going to just tell you to give us money for no reason. We're going to prove it. Now, Elon Musk is doing his thing with Twitter, but Truth Social exists too. Create a space that is valuable for people, so you don't need to tell them, join us for the sake of the principle of it. No. Join the platform that works for you. And Truth Social's got great engagement. Parallel economy. We signed up with the payment processor that works for us. It works. It's better than PayPal. We have more guarantees. We don't want to get censored. So that's what we got to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to prove it. And then one day there's going to be some guy who says, I don't care about the culture war. All I know is Castle's phony and I want to watch it. That's how we win. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 4 p.m. over at youtube.com/Timcast. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then. The absurdity of the modern condition, exposed by Dr. Jordan Peterson, followed up on by Dave Rubin, and now expanded upon by Elon Musk. Elon Musk is chiming in on Jordan Peterson getting suspended from Twitter over referring to Elliot Page as Ellen Page. Dave Rubin then said what happened to Jordan Peterson, but made the mistake of saying Ellen Page. Elon Musk has chimed in, saying Twitter has gone way too far. We all sit patiently, waiting for Elon Musk to acquire Twitter. It's been a few months now. Maybe it will happen, maybe it won't. I read somewhere that it was going to be maybe either August or perhaps October. Who knows? Perhaps Elon will come in and be like, yo, it's time to end this. But boy, has Jordan Peterson actually and accidentally, or maybe inadvertently, exposed the absurdity that is Twitter's rules on dead naming and all of that stuff. So what was Jordan Peterson really suspended for? Maybe he said something mean. But then the question is, why was Dave Rubin suspended? Because he told you that someone else said something mean, and Elon Musk comes out, joins the fray. Doesn't do a whole lot. I think the story is really, really important because there's more than just this story about Jordan Peterson getting suspended. There's also the aftermath from BuzzFeed News. Twitter allowed Elliot Page's dead name to trend in spite of its hateful conduct policy. The actor's dead name was listed under the site's trending tab for at least 45 minutes. BuzzFeed reached out to Twitter and said, why is Ellen Page trending? And they said, we'll delete it. And think about how incredible that is and the message that sends. So I've decided moron, pimp tool, stupid, dumbass, those are among my dead names because, well, people used to call me those. And if you call me that, well, you're dead naming me. Here's the point I'm bringing up. Elon Musk is correct that they've gone too far. We don't need him to say that. But this idea that you can go on Twitter and call someone a dumbass, like a direct insult, you can swear at them, call them a mother effer or a bunch of other things. Basically, you can use words that you can't say on TV, as George Carlin described it, and that's totally fine. But say a name that someone doesn't want to hear, and you will be suspended for it. Now, isn't that patently absurd? We got some other news in this vein as well. Macy Gray is backtracking. Bette Midler's trying to backtrack. You see, these people are all cowards. And that's why I say good for Jordan Peterson saying, I am not taking this down. I would rather die. Mary is the first. Even after January 6th and a nonstop onslaught of negative media coverage and constant claims like all of these that Trump is severely damaged, all of that media coverage we've seen for months now, tonight it is clear that Donald Trump is still the premier dominating force in America. With death. Definitions in order to pretend that you're doing a good job. Well said. I couldn't say it better. Anyway, joining us now, former Texas Senator Ted Cruz. All right, Senator, so they don't want to admit the obvious that this is a recession, that playing word games, that we have more than doubled. They want to more than double the number of IRS agents. That will mean more harassment of the American people. And you look at that, and we see these massive increases on the middle class in this country. They're paying the bulk of these new taxes. I'm just trying to understand why Joe Manchin not only is going along with it, but then lying about it when he talks about it on air. Look, Sean, it's a great question. Joe Rogan is exactly right. The White House has literally redefined recession because the historical definition has been 2 consecutive quarters of GDP shrinking. We have that right now, and so they just said, never mind. Words don't mean what they think. So suddenly, recession is hunky-dory, great Joe Biden economic boom, and they just are counting on the corrupt corporate media to echo their lies. You look at this bill, the Schumer-Manchin bill. It is a terrible bill. Let me tell you 4 consequences of this bill if it passes. Number 1, 87,000 new IRS agents. massive influx. And by the way, these agents are not there to go after the billionaires, the giant corporations. They're there to go after you. They're there to go after small businesses. They're there to descend upon middle-class workers and audit the hell out of you. And the Democrats believe if we have this army of IRS agents, like a swarm of locusts from Washington, it will suddenly generate a lot of money. And they're probably right. But I got to tell you, I've traveled all over Texas, all over the country. I've never heard one human being say, of all the things we need in America, we need more IRS agents. That's what the Democrats are promising. 87,000 new ones. The second big problem, manufacturing, their so-called minimum tax. 50% of the burden of that falls on manufacturing. What they're doing is punishing companies for investing capital in new manufacturing lines, and new truck lines, and new car lines. It is devastating to workers. The third group that is hurt is energy. There are new energy taxes and fees in this. If you're pissed off at paying more to fill up your gas tank, guess what? Schumer Manchin makes it worse and raises the cost of energy. And fourth, and it's what Larry Kudlow just said, buried in the middle of this bill are three little provisions that are designed to repeal the Supreme Court's decision in West Virginia versus EPA. West Virginia versus EPA, they said, look, the EPA doesn't have the authority to disregard the Clean Air Act and suddenly regulate carbon and drive up the cost of energy for every American in this country. That decision was a terrific victory for democracy. What Schumer has convinced Joe Manchin to do is put the word carbon into the Clean Air Act. The result of that will be to bankrupt West Virginia coal miners. I've never seen a West Virginia senator literally undo the state of West Virginia's victory at the Supreme Court and bankrupt one of the most important industries in his entire state, and yet that's what we're facing right now. Why would Democrats heading into a midterm election year think raising taxes, doubling the number of IRS agents is somehow a good, they consider this, if it happens, a win for Joe Biden and a win for Democrats. Since when is raising taxes and hiring IRS agents a win for any politician? Well, look, many of these Democrats are hardcore ideological socialists. They've never met spending they don't like. They never met debt they don't like. They never met taxes they don't like. Their answer, it reminds me, remember that old Saturday Night Live skit where Christopher Walken is there, there's a band playing, and his solution to everything is more cowbell, more cowbell. That's what the Democrats are. They want more taxes, more spending. That's all they know. And what's amazing, listen, Joe Manchin's a good guy. I like Joe. But the degree to which he's been snookered, I can't think of, look, as a senator from Texas, if I signed on to legislation bankrupting the oil and gas industry, that'd be really damn dumb. He just signed on to legislation bankrupting the coal industry, which is a huge industry in the state of West Virginia. And it doesn't make any sense. And here's why the Democrats are doing this. They're counting on the corrupt corporate media to stay silent, to repeat the White House's idiotic talking points, that this cures inflation. Look, the cause of the inflation is the Democrats' massive spending. Their solution? Spend more and tax more. It's like throwing gasoline on a raging bonfire. It will only make inflation go up, not down, and the media won't report on that. So they go to all these hostile regimes, from Russia to Iran to Venezuela to Saudi Arabia to OPEC, and it's okay if we import oil. We just can't produce it domestically, even though and gas, even though we have hundreds of years of supplies worth. We don't have to beg Texas, for example. I think you guys would willingly produce everything. Yeah. And then they're pushing electric cars, which cost about $20 grand more than a gasoline-powered car. That to build that battery, you got to mine cobalt and nickel and manganese and other minerals using big equipment that uses diesel and disrupt Mother Earth to get it. And then when you actually plug in to charge a battery, 88% of the grid is gas and coal. So you're still using gas and coal to power the electric vehicle. How does that make sense to you? Look, it's fundamentally deceptive. It's dishonest. It doesn't make any sense. When Biden was elected, the average price of gasoline was $2.38 a gallon. It has doubled since then. And that's not an accident. They've attacked U.S. energy production. You're right. They're encouraging Iran and Venezuela and our enemies to produce because they don't want American energy, and it is hurting consumers. And I got to say, their Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, was very honest. He said the pain is the point. The more we drive up your cost at the pump, The more what you'll do, more pain, the more benefit. Sell your Suburban and buy a Prius. That's not what the American people want. Well, you got to pay 20 grand more up front, and you also got to, dig out a lot of minerals, and you're still using the electric grid to charge the electric vehicle. All right, so the battery is built with Chinese slave labor. Unbelievable. All right, thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. years, you've probably seen all of these regrowing kitchen scrap packs. Lots of them. Gotta love them. Turns out, most of them don't give you what you want, or even if they do grow, it doesn't grow into something you can realistically use. So we're going up to Chris in Vancouver, BC, who's been growing out all the popular kitchen scrap packs you see to see just how many work and how many are garbage. So in today's video, we will help you understand which scraps have a higher chance of giving you more food and which ones are better off left as being experiments. To do that, we will go into plant morphology or the physical parts of plants to get a better sense of why certain plants or parts will or won't push out more parts for us to eat. And knowing this bit of information will help us set more realistic expectations of these little scraps. And hopefully that will help us determine whether or not a certain scrap is worth our time. Probably the most captivating regrow hack videos are the ones around growing fruit, like citrus, apples, cucumbers, mangoes, and kiwis. Now, the thing with these fruit is that even though you can harvest these seeds and grow something, it will likely take you years before you can grow a plant into something of a decent size to actually harvest fruit. Sometimes it's not about the weight, it's about whether the seeds are duds or not. So if you are a fan of English cucumbers, they are seedless or near seedless. So if you look at the seeds, they're transparent, see-through. They've got nothing really going on inside. So if you try to grow them from seed, nothing's really going to happen because nothing is there. So now let's switch it up and talk about the vegetative parts of plants, which are the leaves, stems, and roots, as opposed to reproductive parts, which are the flowers, and seeds. Now, typically, the vegetative parts grow a lot faster and more abundantly compared to, let's say, fruit. And actually, I started a few of these scraps myself a few weeks ago, knowing that I would see some level of success. So basically, what I did was chop the parts, similar to what you would see in those hack videos. I placed them in water and just kept refreshing it, and also placed them in light and waited. So it's been about a week or so since I took my kitchen scraps and placed them into containers with a little bit of water. And they've been in the greenhouse in a well-lit spot, but not overly hot. And I do see some development. So let's take a look. Okay, let's look at the celery. So we do see some new leaves emerging, which is nice. But at the bottom here, no signs of roots coming out of this basal area. Same with the carrot over here. This is looking good. This is the base of the leek. So it's got a nice, healthy, intact stem area where the roots are coming out. And I thought I would just do a red leaf lettuce as well, just to show that it does work. So we're looking at this and going, wow, look at those roots. Well, this was actually taken from one of those clamshell or those bagged living lettuces. So what I did was just trim away the outside leaves and just left this center area intact. And these are pretty much ready to go into the ground or into a pot as a new baby plant. So it's been about a week since our first check-in when we were in the greenhouse, and I'm happy to report that those living lettuces save time and money. And with the money saving bit, here's how to do it. You want to plant once, get them into the ground so that they are happy and thriving. And with many of these ground covers, they spread quite readily. So come spring and fall, you can usually divide them quite easily. And when you think about it that way, you are actually making money because these new plant that you are dividing from your patch, you can then tuck them into different areas of your garden. And this planting behind me is also saving me water, with water being such a valuable resource that we cannot afford to waste through excessive and unnecessary watering. What I've done here was select the right plants for the right conditions. So even though this is a full sun spot, I did not care with any water because I chose plants that thrive in hot sun conditions. For gardeners with shadier areas, plants like petunia, wintergreen, sorrels, wild ginger, and clovers can work really well. And actually, there are a lot of options once you start researching. And speaking of clover, what you see behind me isn't all grass. And you may be surprised to learn that most of this lushness comes from clover. I have 4 types of clover that I seeded maybe 3 or 4 years ago right here, and they worked beautifully and turned this into a nice mixed lawn planting. And you may be surprised to hear what else is working its magic right here. So in addition to micro clover, red clover, crimson clover, and white Dutch clover, there is also silky, dandelion, chamomile, and yarrow in this mix. And I bet you many people recognize at least a couple of those plants as traditional germgrass weeds. And don't forget about adding bulbs. Many of the springtime bulbs like crocus, snowdrops, fritillaria, and daffodils are wonderful at naturalizing in open spaces such as lawns, and they are such a welcome sight after a long blooming winter. If you were wondering about non-living covers such as straw, leaves, bark mulch, wood chips, and stone, they still have a place in our gardens because for paths and areas with high traffic, they just stand up a lot better compared to the toughest of ground cover plants. And with edible garden bed situations where we want something lightweight to apply and move around throughout the season, something like straw or chickpeas make a lot of sense. So with all of these materials and methods that we talked about, let's not try to overcomplicate it. Choose something that works for you. All we're trying to do here is cover the soil with something, whether it is living or not. So with that in mind, let your imagination go wild as you create your own beautiful. Great day. Folks, one thing I want everybody to keep in mind, I think it's most important about this horrible event that we're about to go through, and I say that kind of in jest for a reason. What we are going to find out is how much affectional power does the deep state have? How strong is their ability to actually control events? Deep state's goal, they want to start nuclear war. Literally, a war between China and US. That is what the deep state wants to do. They need something to cover up
China prepares to rain fire around Taiwan.
traditional fascist lines for the benefit of a specific ethnic group, the Han Chinese. That's not supposed to be allowed, but they're doing it. So to Chinese leaders, the concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion, those concepts make no sense at all. At best, they're bizarre. It's one of those incomprehensible jokes that Western liberals tell the Chinese don't get it at all. So when Nancy Pelosi took off for Taiwan today aboard a U.S. military jet, the Chinese government did not issue a statement applauding her remarkable display of spunky girl power. No one in Beijing congratulated Nancy Pelosi for breaking glass ceilings as the very first speaker in history to identify as a woman. No one in China even mentioned that. Instead, Chinese leaders treated Pelosi's arrival like an invasion. Air raid sirens sounded in coastal towns in China as her plane approached. When she finally landed, the Chinese military announced live fire exercises in the airspace around Taiwan for the next 4 days. China's foreign minister declared that Nancy Pelosi's mere presence, quote, gravely undermines peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, end quote, proving that in Asia, as at home, things rarely improve when Nancy Pelosi shows up. So the question really is, why did she go in the first place? That's the real question. And the official line in Washington, as always, is totally plausible, is that Pelosi's trip was designed to, quote, reaffirm Taiwan's status as a U.S. ally. Okay. Except the problem is Taiwan is not a U.S. ally. In fact, Taiwan may be the only country in the world the Biden administration believes does not have the right of self-determination. We do not support Taiwan's independence. Wait a second, they're against democracy? If they were for democracy, right? If I was for democracy, turns out they don't need it, nothing. They did. So the one thing you can be certain of is that Nancy Pelosi did not fly all the way to Taiwan to signal the United States is going to defend that island from the Chinese invasion. We're not going to do that. We're not in a position to do that, even if we wanted to do that. We've already sent too many of our surface-to-air missiles, for example, to Ukraine, where our oligarch friends are busy selling them to various dark actors on the international arms market. So if there's a major war in Asia anytime soon, we will not be winning it. Every sober person knows that. Sad but true. So what's really going on here? Well, on the internet, you may have noticed quite a bit of speculation, some of it generated by Chinese state media, that Pelosi went to Taiwan to check on investments that her husband Paul made using insider information. He did make those investments, and yes, use insider information. That's why he's such a fantastic stock picker worth more than $100 million. In this case, Paul, it's possible that here, for example, John Kirby are supposed to take seriously, proving that they effectively this morning on Fox. The aggressiveness, the coercion, So at this point, Taiwan is the world's great flashpoint. It's the largest power with an aim it has articulated repeatedly over almost 80 years to invade a neighboring country, Taiwan. So there's no more delicate place diplomatically on the globe. So if you're sending that person to contact to reassure allies, probably not doing what you say you're doing the opposite. And terrify your allies, you probably pick against policy as represented. What's going on here? Well, if you're wanting to understand the motive of the people in charge, it's a simple moving other countries to conflict thoughts. We are in the Biden administration is degrading our ability to participate. And that's not an accident. They did it. For example, CIA. I'm color, I'm mom, I'm a sister of a millennial, diagnosed with generalized anxiety and disorder. I am intersectional, but my existence is not affecting exercise. I am integration. It does not rise at the end of sentences, suggesting that a question has been asked. I used to struggle with imposter syndrome, but at 36, I refused to internalize misguided patriarchy. I can or should be intersectional with anxiety disorder. I'm working on critical vital agency. So if you're doing that like that, serious, trying to be in the ability in the United States to defend itself, to actually itself, to remain in the United States for our grandchildren. That's exactly what the stuff lined up. That's exactly what we're doing. They're attacking the CIA. Nothing doing. It's the best year to have it. Since they're prepared. They just think, well, how did Asian have another thing? Vax mandates, anti-white ideology, sex change, drag shows. Whatever is necessary to help the military. Worthless. You are defending a country that doesn't deserve to be defended. Your tradition. wage dropping to its lowest purchasing power since 1956 and consumer debt ramping up alongside inflation, most Americans are taking up second jobs to make up the shortfall. And the cause of everything? That's right, it's millennials. Okay, but in all seriousness, even though my very own millennial generation is spending a lot of money, Congress wants to do something about it. And so they've created two brand new proposals: the Middle Class Savings and Investment Act and the Inflation Relief Act, which are both aimed at giving tax credits to those who quite literally stop spending their money. So let's talk about exactly what these new proposals would mean, how they would reward people for spending less money, and if this would be enough to bring down the rate of inflation. Here's what we're currently dealing with. Inflation is the highest it's been since 1981. Prices have continued to rise at a rate of 8 to 9% year over year, and we still don't know when or how this will end as interest rates increase. But even though I joked about this all being millennials' faults, one investment strategist says, no, really, millennials have become the largest generation on record, and they've entered an age where they're beginning to spend a lot of money. At the core, the problem is simply too many people with too much money chasing too few goods. So as a way to counteract these increases, regardless of who's to blame, Congress has come up with two brand new proposals. The first is the Inflation Relief Act of 2022. Just like Californians would receive up to $1,050 for joint filers making up to $500,000 a year, this proposal will provide inflation relief for low and middle class Americans by indexing tax credits to inflation. And if that sounds confusing, here's all you need to know. One, the child tax credit. This is the largest child tax credit ever in history, and if this proposal passes, it would index those amounts to inflation. So if inflation is 9% a year, then those amounts would also be increased by 9%. Now, the same thing would also apply for, two, the Child and Dependent Care Credit. And just like the previous example, if this were to pass, it would also be increased right alongside with inflation. Three, the American Opportunity Tax Credit. Now, this proposal would not only index those amounts to inflation, but it would also increase the income thresholds that would qualify. That way, people aren't punished for needing to make more money to pay for things that cost more because people make more money. Now, this would also extend throughout number four, the Lifetime Learning Credit. And five, we also have student loan interest deduction. This is a big one. As of now, you're able to deduct the interest you pay on student loans for up to $2,500 a year. But this would allow you to increase that amount by the same rate of inflation. So imagine if everything stays the same, so do your tax deductions. However, this is just the very beginning, because the next proposal is aimed at getting more money back to middle-class Americans, and that would be the Middle Class Savings and Investment Act. This new bill has the sole purpose of getting you to spend less money, and if you can follow along, you will be handsomely rewarded. To start, it would change the tax rates of long-term capital gains. See, as of right now, when you hold your investment for longer than a year, your tax rate is substantially reduced. In fact, if you're married and you make less than $83,000 a year, your long-term capital gains tax rate is 0%, meaning you'll pay nothing in federal income taxes. With this new proposal, however, that amount would be amended, with a 0% capital gains tax rate being applied to those making up to $165,000 a year filing jointly, or $82,000 a year if you're single. That means for a significant portion of the population, they would pay absolutely no federal income tax whatsoever on investment-related income in the stock market or real estate up to those amounts. Second, it would also allow for the first $300 to $600 that you make in interest income to be completely tax-free. This would also be applied to dividend income. So if you buy a stock and that stock pays you $300 a year for holding it, well, congratulations, you'll owe no money on that income whatsoever. And three, for my wealthier viewers out there, this also modifies the net investment tax, which as of right now applies a 3.8% surtax to investment income if you make more than $200,000 to $250,000 a year. This new bill, though, would remove the marriage penalty by increasing the $250,000 limit to $400,000, so that way it's exactly twice the amount that a single filer would receive. And finally, fourth, we have the enhancement of the Savers Credit. As it stands right now, the Savers Credit gives low and middle income Americans up to $1,000 who contribute to a retirement account. And with this new proposal, that amount would be increased to $2,500 with the income limitations expanded so that more people can qualify. And of course, money doesn't just grow on trees. It's permanent. So as a way to help pay for these tax cuts, it's proposed to extend the SALT cap deduction another 3 years through 2028. See, prior to 2018, state and local taxes were fully deductible on a federal level, meaning if you work in any state that charges some level of income or property tax, that amount could be fully deducted from your overall income, and as a result, you'd pay less in tax. But that came to an end with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. However, that act was never meant to be permanent, and as it stands right now, it's automatically set to expire by the end of 2025. This new proposal, however, would extend that $10,000 cap in an effort to give more tax credits back to those who make under $400,000 a year, with the hope that this would incentivize people to spend less and save more, especially during a time where we are shifting into a recession. In terms of a shrinking economy and what this means for your money, as of the other day, a new report just confirmed a second quarter decline in GDP, which technically means we've entered a recession. This generally encompasses an environment where less money is spent, our economy contracts, and news outlets can get more clicks from a spooky headline. But since GDP isn't always a true reflection of the overall economy, the National Bureau of Economic Research updated their definition to include a significant decline in economic activity that can last for a few months to more than a year, and it's usually accompanied by lower employment, production, and sales is tracked on a monthly basis rather than quarterly. The White House even prepped us in advance of this new definition with the understanding that there are no fixed rules or thresholds that trigger a determination of decline. Or in other words, they're basically saying that we're not in a recession until we tell you we're in a recession. It's probably going to be once the worst is already over, because they take a while. The Boston Globe points out, throughout the last 6 recessions that have been confirmed, there is an average lag time of 7.3 months between the time a recession takes place and the time it is actually confirmed. Why does it take so long, you might ask? Well, in the 44 years that they've been operating, they've never once had to rescind or change their declaration, which means that they've been extremely accurate. But as a result, the process takes a long time to complete, which means by the time we know about it, it's already too late. In terms of how this might impact our markets, here's where things get interesting. 1869 to 2018, there have been a total of 16 recessions which had positive stock market returns. In fact, of those positive recessions, the stock market went up an average of 9.8% during a time the GDP declined by 3%. Take that a step further, since 1869, one study found that the correlation between GDP growth and stock market returns was nearly zero. And on average, the U.S. stock market tends to peak about 6 months prior to the start of a recession, and that's where we get into the badness. According to a Wealth of Common Sense blog, throughout every recession that we've seen since 1945, the stock market has at some point seen a sell-off, with the average drawdown coming in at a whopping 29.2%, of which we've already somewhat seen depending on the industry. Although the good news is that even though there can be a rather abrupt sell-off, by the time a recession is over and actually recovers, it tends to post an average profit of 1.7% with an average gain of 15.3% in the following 1 year. That just means investing during a recession is one of the most profitable times that you could invest. Not to mention, in the 3 years following every single recession that we have ever had, the market was 100% in the green. All of that is to say that based on the data, you shouldn't wait for an official confirmation of a recession to decide it's a good time to invest. Since the market is forward-thinking, by the time we actually confirm a recession, the opportunity is going to be long, long gone. So overall, in terms of my own thoughts about the new proposed tax credits, I have to say it does make sense to index the income thresholds and contributions to inflation. After all, a $5,000 contribution to a Roth IRA in 2008 would be the equivalent of investing almost $6,900 today. But here we are with a $6,000 limit that is yet to be adjusted while everything else goes up in price. This is one of the reasons why we have a lower long-term capital gains tax rate to begin with. That's because when you invest your money, not only are you putting your capital at risk, but you're also losing purchasing power to inflation, and that inflation adds up. Just consider that had you invested $100,000 in 1922, only increased with inflation, you would have almost $1.7 million in today's money, of which, if you sold, you would be subject to a 20% tax rate, which would leave you with less purchasing power today than you had back in 1922. That's why the government wants to incentivize people to invest long-term with money that gets redeployed back into businesses with greater economic opportunities, with, of course, a lower tax rate. Now, practically, though, I'm not quite sure how these proposals would help reduce inflation. As I see it, this is only going to help the people who have the disposable income to invest. And for everybody else, yes, the tax credits would help, but would that help bring down food and energy prices? Probably not. That's why I think this is a reasonable proposal that's going to help a lot of people, but not for the purpose of bringing down inflation. Unfortunately, that's probably going to need a lot more sustained effort long term, and I wouldn't be surprised if tax rates are negotiated at a later time when they're set to expire at the end. Do your best to save as much money as possible, dollar cost average into the markets on a regular basis. Welcome to the Mike, who today has brought along, this is a Dodge Charger Putty. Dodge Charger Hellcat wide body. Is it actually wider than the standard? Yeah, because of this. This is Supercharged 6.2 litre NEV8. So this is related to the one I drove on the ground tour when we did Detroit Special. Yes. It's on the same car. Basically, power 707. And everything they can these days. 707? Yeah. Yeah, basically they just chuck up a supercharger each time. So this is the low powered version. This is the. You can see this is the BB bus. That's the cheap. Yes. This equivalent in pounds is 1,600 rand for 707 horsepower. It's not bad. Have you bought it? We haven't bought it. This is a long term one. We haven't bought it. I've tried. Has flagged this car. Yes. I was going to ask you, what was your hunchiest long term as a journalist? What was your favourite truckie? Our releases before the year. Well, I never had them for very long for various reasons, apart from a Jag, which I just borrowed in the normal way that you borrow cars as a journalist. Yeah. And they said, well, you can keep it for a bit, try driving around and see if you like it. And I kept it for, I think, 3.5 years. Because they kept forgetting to come and get it. Every time I ran about, then I moved house but didn't tell them. They tracked it down and the bloke turned up and said, I've come for the Jag. And I said, well, I know you have. He had some paperwork and he drove off and I never saw it again. So I think you're expecting me to roast this. This is ridiculous. It's left-hand drive. It's big. It's very big. It's very wide. It's alarming for your passengers, especially on the narrow roads around here. We're in South Wiltshire in the car park of the just off the A30 between Shaftesbury and Salisbury, with its excellent venue and reasonably priced rooms. Dot welcome. As you can see, what's to commend it? Apart from that it's fairly cheap for that much power. It's comfy. It's got Bilstein adaptable suspension. That settles it. Thank you for watching. Warships taking up positions around Taiwan ahead of 4 days of live fire exercises. Beijing announced the exercises as part of its reaction to the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan.
Taiwan's highest civilian honor, awarded to its high-profile guest of honor. Top US politician Nancy Pelosi proudly displayed her new medal on this brief but brazen visit. Here in defiance of Chinese warnings and even the advice of her own president.
Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad.
Gratitude all too clear from the leader of this self-governed island, which China views as a breakaway region that it wants to control by force if necessary.
Thank you for taking concrete actions to show your staunch support for Taiwan at this critical moment and for expressing the US's consistent policy supporting Taiwan's self-defense.
As the third most powerful politician in Washington visited various sites, she had been all too aware the issue of Taiwan is the most sensitive in US-China relations. Washington agrees to have formal diplomatic ties only with Beijing and to keep its contact with Taipei more unofficial under a long-standing policy of one China. It's why the sight of the touring US House Speaker has sparked such fury.
It is an outright farce. Under the guise of democracy, the US is infringing on China's sovereignty.
In response to Pelosi's visit, the Chinese military is conducting its largest drills aimed at Taiwan in more than 25 years. They're expected to take place within these 6 boxed-off areas encircling the island. The main live-firing exercises from the air and the sea are due to last from Thursday through to Sunday. Now, neither side say they want a war, but an accidental exchange could ignite just that. The G7 group of nations have voiced concern and say China's moves risk increasing tensions and destabilizing the region. Taiwan's defense ministry posted this video to make clear it's ready to fight if necessary. Any move either side makes is now viewed through the prism of the very real war in Ukraine, with China and Taiwan both drawing lessons from Russia's invasion. Lucy clearly believes her flying visit will bolster Taiwan rather than backfire. News.
Just about to interview an academic who lost his job for trying to film ABC Today admits is true. Because this is a story not just about how global warming is not producing the predicted disasters the Albanese government's claims as its excuse to global warming laws today. This is also about how telling the truth about this insane scare gets you persecuted, including by the ABC. Looking at news today, they would have stunned anyone who takes the ABC seriously, who takes climate scientists seriously, who takes politicians and global warming activists seriously. The Great Barrier Reef, that they've told you for decades is being killed by global warming, actually now has record coral cover for most of its length. Australian Institute of Marine Science says there's been a huge rise in coral cover in the northern reef and also in the central reef, and these are the parts of the reef that most tourists see. There was a small decline in the southern reef, but this wasn't because of global warming. It was largely because of the crown-of-thorns starfish. We can get on top of that if we just try harder. Now, this is an important moment, and I'm not surprised that the Morning Herald virtually buried almost no mention of it. Watching TV news, no mention of it, because this exposes the global warming hysterics who for decades have treated the reef as some kind of hostage, cut your emissions or the reef gets it. Green's leader was at that game just yesterday.
The Great Barrier Reef will die, as will the 60,000 jobs that depend on it. More coal and gas mines will cause more floods, fires and droughts. It will increase the cost of living, destroy infrastructure, ecosystems will collapse, and more species will become extinct, and more of us will die.
Honestly, if this goes for right, the reef today would not have record coral cover. It would be a smoking ruin. Because how often have these people, Adam Band and the rest of them, claim the reef is dying, if not dead already? Here's just a tiny sample of this propaganda that's been going on for more than 2 decades. In 2000, for instance, Great Barrier Reef faces destruction within the next century. Fast forward to 2012, half the Great Barrier Reef will be gone in under 30 years. In 2014, Great Barrier Reef faced with irreversible damage. In 2016, the Great Barrier Reef half dead already, 93% bleached. And then next year, the reef is dying even faster than before. Last year, climate change, 99% of the reef could be wiped out by 2025. And this year, the Great Barrier Reef is dying, and why you should care. Every Labor Prime Minister this century and every Greens leader, they've used this same scare, this same threat. They've said that global warming is killing the reef to destroy it. Just about every global warming preacher also warns our reef is dying. Here's David Attenborough.
Half the reef's corals have already died. We're heading for the future in which the Great Barrier Reef is a coral graveyard.
President Barack Obama even flew here and used the reef in a speech to try to shame Prime Minister Tony Abbott into doing more about global warming. The incredible natural glory of the Great Barrier Reef is threatened. And the ABC, probably more than any other media organization, pushed its doom-mongering relentlessly.
Scientists say the Great Barrier Reef was forever changed by a catastrophic marine heatwave in 2016.
The ABC was relentless. It kept promoting the scientists with the scariest claims, and global warming preachers, of course, would back them up.
Terry Hughes and his team rated a staggering 95%. They flew over in the most severely bleached categories.
You know, this is one of the greatest environmental catastrophes that our country has ever seen. Somehow it's all people are dead. Yes, that was our friend Tim Flannery again. But if you try to warn against these ridiculous claims, ABC would mock you, punch you, treat you like a leper, even if you were a scientist, even a dean of science like Professor Stephen Pitt, would warn that these scares were exaggerated.
And an incredulous adult took up the tune.
Now, global warming, it's not simply grotesquely exaggerated.
The world's coral experts here and overseas agree the risk is real. Indeed, they have been sounding the alarm for years. Yet, for the last 3 weeks, News Corp columnists have relentlessly pushed the government line and typically ignored the plight of the reef or denied it. On the full report on Sky, for example, and in the Australian, News Corp's coral contrarian Dr. Peter Reid joined us to read his line.
The ABC's Media Watch and the science establishment kept going, not just for Professor Reid, it was so ugly and so relentless.
Peter Reid is the poster boy for people who don't accept that man-made global warming has put the reef in danger. So, it was remarkable that he's been singled out by a group of top-ranked scientists in a letter to Environment Minister Susan Lee. I think they're quite simply not to believe his claims. The Barrier Reef expert panel says Peter Reid is representing science. Paddlehead Ian Chubb compares roadshow of Dr. Reid to tobacco industry strategy defending smoking.
The panel apologizes to Peter Reid. In the end, they got him. He was sacked by James Cook University for saying this on Sky News about the reef, for telling you what the reef today is saying it is not dying. Climate experts have got it wrong.
We no longer trust the scientific organisations like the Australian Institute of Marine Science, even things like the ARC Centre of Excellence for Coral Reef Studies. A lot of this is coming out, which the science is coming out and not properly tested. It's a great shame because we really need to get up to our scientific institutions, and the fact is I do not think we can anymore.
What kind of country is this where Peter Reid lost his job saying that the drink at the reef? On the ABC, climate scientists and politicians and activists, they get away with 2 decades of feeding you such fake scares. Understand that they have agendas. People like Bill Gates buying up most of the farmlands through the U.S. Inflation rising 9.1% last year. So let me get this straight. People are putting up things more expensive for us. Gas, food, rent. They also want to buy up everything so that we become more expensive for us. Pay them. We're not putting a bubble. We are controlled. Take away our power and make us a communist country where we depend solely on them. But they want to indoctrinate our children and call evil good and good evil. Put it all over the media to see. Spread it everywhere like a virus so that it becomes normal and we become desensitized to it. They want to brainwash us until we believe the lie. Or to those who call evil good and good evil. Not only that, but you have some of the biggest corporations and conglomerates that are on the same side of this evil. These are just some places that want to pay for abortion travel. Listen, guys, it's all an antichrist agenda. We know the problem, but we need to come together and find a solution.
solution is taking our power back. The solution is becoming united. I told you guys before, there is a movement of over 2 million people who have already joined. There is a switch going on. People are taking a step to the solution. When we step out of giving our power to the deep state, and we step into giving our power back to the American people, when we stop putting our money in stores where the products are manufactured from other countries and instead putting it in stores where the products are manufactured from here. Stop buying chemicals and products that are actually killing us. A lot of you don't even know when you're cleaning your house, products that you get from the store, you're actually killing you inside. So you're paying for your own funeral. But guys, like I've told you, like I've told my family, like I've told my friends, we have to come into a place where the products we get are naturally plant-based, where the products we get are healthy, where the products we get are not filled with chemicals and toxins, where everything is America-owned and American-manufactured, and there's only one place I know that does that. And that's what this movement is based around. You want to join the switch, and you want to turn things around, taking our power back one person at a time, then you need to join the movement with us as well. Guys, with so much wickedness going on, this is a time to be united. This is a time to come together. This is a time to strategize. This is a time to become a movement. This is a time to take our power back. And if you want to come into a place where you are a part of the revolution and turning things around like a lot of us are doing by the thousands, then this is for you too. I'm going to link up where you guys can sign up, and we're going to reach out to you and talk to you more about the movement, more about the switch, where we can get more united like family instead of strangers. Amen. I love you guys, and I just pray that more come into this light, more come into this truth. God bless.
You said to who? To Mullah Baradar, who is probably the top person. Now, nobody really knows who the top person is, but I would say that's probably the top person, and it seems to be that's the way it's rolling right now. But I had a very strong conversation. I also had a good conversation with him. We talked for a while after that. That was the primary point I was making, and he understood it. And I asked him, do you understand? He said, yes, I do understand. You see how his instincts there are absolutely correct? Here's President Trump last night in an interview with Sean Hannity. Listen to him again. His political instincts, for all the times he's savaged by these leftist lunatics, his political instincts are right. And he's been consistent on this topic for a long time. He said something very deliberate here. He has seemingly better political instincts than these academic think tanks who've been studying war for hundreds of years and give us bad advice all the time. Here he says to Hannity that he spoke with one of the leaders of the Taliban when they were negotiating, and he made the point. And you don't know what pain is.
I think this will be the map for the next big thing, all right? Because we got a abandoned village down there with at least one villager that's trapped that we can try and cure. And it's in a low valley that has a big valley connecting it right there, which is kind of interesting. I like that. And it has a water source right here. So we have a couple of waterways that go up to the village. Got a pond that could last us a little bit, but it looks like, we have another pond there, pond here. So we might have access to water to survive for a good amount of time. We have grass that we can grow food on. And I'm thinking that right there is going to be our base. Now you might be thinking, oh, why won't you build your base on this side? Well, that right there is a very high elevation that things aren't going to be able to climb up. And if creepers try to blow up near it, it's going to be at the base. And so I think it's going to be the best place for us to build. Now, it is possible that it becomes unstable and collapses, but we'll have to see. We build a bridge from there across to here. And then here we'll have a big layer of defense around this mountainside as well. Now, building across here is going to be the thing, because we have to have bracing every so many blocks as we go across. Oh, doggos, that's not good. Alright, so we got a pillager tower. We got a fair bit of water right there. And we got a pillager tower right here. So that's not good. Got access to lava. We got some more water there, which is good. The one thing I would say is that we don't really have a village, so we're going to have to find villagers and repopulate over here at some point. And the elevations here could be dangerous as well, so there's a good chance that we could die just from fall damage or something. Oh, there we go. We got a village on the water. I'll get some wood, then go over to that village. We have access to some coal and some iron and all these different valleys and stuff, so that's something we can come back and look at.
Let's start from the beginning. What was so we now know
So efficiency 3. Where are the bodyguards? This is a nice little village. It looks like there might be another one right there. We got a spruce forest right here. Gold for an emerald, emerald for an axe.
Seamless transition right to it. So are the Russians and others. And they're really, really bad.
3 for an iron axe.
Let's fabricate
17 for an iron sword.
to release those emails because idiots in the media will then make that the story. And no one will want to release Hillary's emails. And if they do, they'll blame it on Trump.
2 diamonds.
The story won't be about Hillary's actual emails. Genius.
Got 2 diamonds and an iron pick. Potatoes for emerald, emerald for bread.
Chinese communists versus big tech liberals in the United States. What's the difference? Here's an article I saw this morning. This is how this whole show, you know, it's like narratives for shows. This is how the whole Chinese communists versus U.S. liberals narrative got in my head. Here's a story by the Sun. Just change China to big tech U.S. liberals. Headline, U.S. Sun. Big brother, how our daily lives are being tracked by phones, laptops, and even doorbells. You even know how your data is being collected. Screenshot of Sun's how you're being watched. All the time. Big tech nuts. Big tech China. Big tech China. Our driving a lot of applications. Driving into driving on the seat. Organizations without consent. He said, you were
So I think what the plan should be is we need to increase our food supply. So we need to be able to grow more crops. So we're going to plant the potatoes because we can trade the potatoes to get some emeralds, to get bread. All right. I mean, it was a lot of potatoes just for one emerald, but in any case, we'll get a, develop trade with some of the villagers. Maybe give us some more improved items. So right here, 32 sticks for one emerald. This is really good. I like this. It's a Fletcher emerald and 10 gravel for flint. So I mean, we can get iron swords and iron axes just from trading with that guy with sticks. And we could get bricks here. So I mean, yeah, I think this is good. All right, so we need to increase our food supply. I mean, there's plenty of animals if we wanted to capture some animals. I mean, that's something positive. Ooh, we got another water source over here. That's good. So I'm thinking this is pretty much the perfect map. Yeah. So we get a peaceful little village. We can sleep in that house right there. It's the most protected as it's in the water. That's probably be the best bet. We need to increase the food supply, which we're slowly doing now. Get some trade going with the villagers, which we're doing now. We need to collect stone or maybe wood. We need to build. I would prefer maybe a stone bridge across to that section, and then we can build the first iteration of our castle out of wood. And then we can just kind of layer stone on the outside of the wood frame. I think that's pretty much what we need to do. Or at least have the outside stone and then the inside can be wood. Being out here is going to be relatively dangerous. Could just come down here. Yeah, let's just go down right here, I guess, since there's already a kind of a tunnel. And we can slowly build that down. Go ahead and make a couple of checks here. I mean, this is a really big tunnel as well. Probably pretty dangerous to go down in there, but I mean, right now, if we die, we just like reset. We also have that area right there. I mean, we have all this coal that we can gather. I completely lost sight of that mountain that we were going to build on. I think it's right there. I'm thinking these connect. I would assume these would be connected somewhere. But yeah, we can hop down here, 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 and then there's a double. Yeah, that's a little bit too much for now. There's a big cave system down in here.
mean, you should see that the Legacy News mocks these guys, and it's fun. But their faith and their belief that America's election process has to be fixed, right? Anyway, Finch wins the Secretary of State, but all down the line, including the Attorney General position, every position, all of Trump's candidates won in Arizona. So, yeah, it's the John Gibbs, I told you about the Chamber. So, he said, I'm warning you. I told you this was going to happen. The conspiracy theorists and crazies are now taking over in Arizona. You better, you know, and she was like, the big one is in Michigan. Governor Whitmer, who we know, shutting down the businesses, shutting down the schools, shutting down the churches. You're going out the lake and a boat. And you're arrested. The state of Georgia was auditioning for Bob Harris. It was because Bob Harris do something to her. Auditioning by me. The draconian, you know, master of darkness. It's nothing based off of the Trump dynamic. Was better into but they're still counting. And so I can see the slow count going on. That's that pretty can be done in France by 8 p.m. But in the Silicon Valley of Amazon's headquarters in Washington State, they can't seem to come up with a conclusion until the machinery is open for non-overnight. So I don't know what we're going to do. We have to, the proof is you have to show up. And you have to show up so in such overwhelming numbers that you have the ability to be able to so astronomically high. It's the same thing for conservatives. It's hard for them to be able to pull their shenanigans off. That's why I just want you to know that this is going to be the Senate special Senate patriots who are going to stand up against the machinery because the Senate it starts to move in a weird direction. It starts to go left. It starts to do backroom deals. And they're in office. So we're seeing all these candidates coming out from the private sector, coming out from the market, coming out from media, coming out, and they're all doing a great cyber summit. It's going to be the ultimate summit.
Those minecart rails? A mine shaft? Something? Yeah. Holy. I don't think we can stay here, boys. Jesus. Oh. That was a super creeper, and I was lucky that I got like back on the other side of the wall before it blew up. That was kind of nuts. Rail in the ceiling. Oh no, I'm gonna die from a spider. But we know that we have a crap ton of minecart rails here, so that's something at least. We've already got 28. Think we collect as many minecart rails as we can in there, and then we just dig a tunnel, like a shallow tunnel, probably. Like as soon as we can find stone, we'll just dig a tunnel down, then use the minecart rails and make a minecart with all the iron that we got to kind of speed up the mining process. We should probably build armor before we come back over here, but So there's a spider spawner. Okay. There's a lot going on right here. Right? That's all I'm saying. This is at level 70. We're gonna dig down there, like down at 60 something probably. For now, I think we get a drink and then we go back to the village, try to smelt some iron. It is rather dangerous here, I'll give it that. I think the bulk of our resources have to be based around iron, because you need iron to make shields, iron for armor. You can mine most materials with iron tools, and villagers can produce iron golems. So once we get a lead or some way to farm the iron golems, that's a renewable resource for us. See, I have no idea how we survive in the Nether, because it's hot. So I'd need potions, I guess, maybe. Got to get our food supply moving a little bit faster. I mean, we can still eat the animals if we have to, but I don't think it's optimal.
But there is an opportunity to create wealth, and actually it's being found more than ever because of this move trying to get our young people in our country doing this community. Those of us that know the Lord, that know the environment, that we have the ability to create wealth. Matter of fact, it's a desire that we gain the knowledge of it. Wow, that's a great question, Mercedes. And yes, there is many ways to get into real estate that don't require a lot of cash. People do things like, look around their house and think, well, what's in my hand? And they sell to be able to purchase their you're paying off their mortgage. When we rent a property, we're actually giving that landlord or that owner those benefits. But there's many programs into there's other ways that you can build capital for that. There's other things if you've got a family member, programs like that. Financials. Almost had his house. He took the equity out of his home, started
That's a little bit odd.
So what you talked about, Mercedes, is the triple X. And that's something that and
I think we put a fort down here is what we need to do. This kind of flat ground. In between these two villages, we'll build a fort. We'll flatten this out, and then we'll turn it all into farmland around the fort. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. One, two, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
squeeze it in. It's going to bubble it up. Your son is involved with your business. It's not he's not a job.
Make sure that big part of it that he actually has a thing started. He actually very close to that second X, and that's just been delightful. And what's great as a parent is getting together and talking about navigation.
Generational wealth, generational stewardship. And it involves ideally generations working together. And in real estate, there's it's put down from the house. It's together and together are actually curating wealth to the business. Abraham and to Gary Godfrey. It moves around. And if you see America, as I'm looking at it, America is in the cycle of divine discipline. And if we're in an era where we're shrinking, still building wealth, access to it, God is giving to us. God is giving to the man. And I would say when the church has to start to look at the source line, goals, when it starts to cooperate with the Holy Spirit. So I'm sure you're going to surrender your soul into thy hands. I commit my spirit. That's what Jesus said. And he did it as our substitute. So that and so Paul, book of Acts was God working with and word for measure. But but comes alongside it. Front in prayer, you grow in the exertion, but the power of God enables it to be moved through you and through the providence. And so there's this idea that it is going to be 100% you, it's going to be 100% God, and it doesn't let me. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. It's fun. It's coming. Has such a distinct kind of atmosphere to it. I'm going to dive right in. And I don't know if, what do you guys all have in common? Is it like an old time kind of, yeah, you're getting old now. Children, you're paying the bills. It's like it's like a spiritual dad.
You're the elder brother.
You're the elder brother. Okay, so we've got same sports, Larry, sports. And so we have business, we have ministry, publishing,
has this vision. Did you automatically understand what she's talking about? It's like, oh yeah, I get it. That's how did that go? Yeah, it makes sense. I believe, a lot of times when God speaks to me, sometimes I'm just waiting for someone to pick those words up and do something about it. Maybe it's pray, maybe it's to take our position and carry revival into the spheres of influence. Church back to America. I believe in the word. All right, so what is the Lord been telling me to do? Actually, I did. I had a dream where this angel took me to different places in the dream, and he took me to this huge wall. I saw this great scripture written out, and it was all about the coming glory of God. I don't know why it was that part of the dream out, but it was all about the coming glory of God. And then it talked about transfiguration, where Jesus being transfigured, and the glory of the Lord shining upon Jesus' face, and the light was so bright I could not really look at Jesus. And then the dream shifted, and he took me to this big stadium type arena, and there were people everywhere. There were people all over the floor they could not stand because of the weight of the glory. People, world leaders, the saved and the unsaved, were all about the power of God because of the weightiness of the glory. And a man asked me in the vision, he asked me, he says, do you see them? And I said, see what? I said, do you see them? I said, see what? He says, it's the angels, they're everywhere. And when he said that, immediately my eyes became open in the spirit. I was able to see myriads of angels. I felt the power of God, and the love of God was so strong upon me in the dream. And I was just, those that were saved, and I looked to my left, there were those that were unsaved. And then I came out of the dream, and the Lord told me, he says, I'm about to transfigure the face of the church. Not even the media, not even the naysayers. And so I felt like the Lord was showing me that we are stepping into an Isaiah 60 moment, where it talks about everybody levels. And go on to Isaiah 60. All right. But Isaiah 60 says this: arise and shine. Show come. And deep darkness the people that will stop. It's happening. Nation. It's happening. And he's amazing. And so God made him show. He says, in his last days, I am anointing of
There's no way.
it's the atmosphere that is the kingdom of God being made manifest, where people are getting healed, filled, delivered, set
Wait, I can
free, set in
respawn?
motion for purpose and destiny, and bringing the kingdom change the world around.
This isn't.
Right now,
Thought this was hardcore.
Mercedes.
I'm kind of confused, to be honest. I could have swore this was a hardcore world. You do get a bunch of iron, though. Well, if it's not hardcore, we're at least going into the hardest difficulty.
It's you, it's me, it's
First up, the media continues to push back on the BS from Joe Biden. They decided to try and defend this new Inflation Reduction Act, which is really a Biden issue. And they finally got Joe Manchin to go along with it. Inflation Reduction Act is the most hysterical part of this, as you know. Mueller tries to defend it. Take a listen as the host explains. Inflation Reduction Act. Do you just laugh out loud? Do you see the sort of irony in attacking a $700 billion with tax increases and spending involved? Mueller didn't have much of a response because his job was to defend the bill. He didn't think any of that was funny or entertaining. He just tried to explain why. Why, in a recession, you want to create another $700 billion in taxes, which of course gets extended out to everybody else. The corporations are going to pay those taxes. You and I will. That's how it works. There's no good defense for it. It makes no sense at all. Next up, Craig Elk is the name of this man behind the counter in this now viral video. The 80-year-old California business owner and his wife, after the AR-15 walked in to try and rob him. Incredible video. He blows the kid's arm clean off, and the guy goes running out to the car screaming. It's kind of puts some pressure on the politicians because they end up understanding what's really going on out there in the real world. There's a lot of them there creating major problems for business owners, but for local law enforcement, they create problems for them. I'm sure they go out and risk their lives taking people into custody to see them. He proves a guy that had to defend his own shop. I guess the guy walking in with a semi-automatic rifle in California. Next up, a conservative Hispanic news outlet called El American publishing this article calling for the immediate impeachment of Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. I didn't expect this. Quote, as a Cuban immigrant whose family fled Fidel Castro's communist regime, one would hope that Mayorkas would appreciate the unparalleled freedoms offered by life in the United States of America and why its integrity remains of paramount importance. Instances of funds of the role in January 2021, he has displayed both his gross incompetence and disdain for protecting America's southern border. The southern border, the open southern border, is designed to do one thing: take all the wealth of this great nation and spread it around, inviting the rest of the world in to feast on the fruits of our labor, inviting the rest of the world in to come in and change. It's the right American culture, staging, built, and led to. So, one thing that in common was losing the Hispanic vote in the process. They must have never imagined that was possible. And with op-eds like that, you clearly do see it happen. Along Energy Secretary soundbite, here she is. Still trying to push this videos there. All at the same time as celebrating our movements in clean energy is why this is also yes, that's not why we can't rely on the volatility of fossil fuels. Some perspective here and as I'm facing off against the primary challenges, the case for terminals but ever is not used to facing any kind of contenders in 3 decades in Congress. There is challenged now, all these young cats that the Rep Party are starting to pick off, these old forwards, his performance should terrify you. This is a guy who routinely handles sensitive classified intelligence. Keep it in mind as he watches opening statement.
Our country stands at a crossroads with our democracy at stake, with a runaway Supreme Court upending years of President and eliminating Jews and insurgents from public life.
Let's just take a listen to one more from the debate. Hold that.
And I have passed the two impeachments impeached Bush twice.
I impeached Bush twice. And all of these guys
Okay. So we're gonna have a wall here. Anyway, as far as I can tell. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you have 1, 2, 3. I don't think there's anything that you can do to fix that when it happens. I guess that technically means you could kill yourself a bunch of times and use your body as storage. Or maybe not. Here we can grow all the way down to the river. That'll be wheat. And then I guess we'll have something to separate these. This side probably grows some potatoes or something. Or I guess we could do like 2 rows of wheat, 2 rows of potatoes, 2 rows of carrots. See, but being overworked is one of the main reasons I've died on these hardcore series every time, because I never pay attention to the energy bar when I'm building or farming or anything, and it uses all your energy when you do that. Impeachment.
Evidence is piling up that he's going to find himself in a significant amount of trouble and could be looking at a possible impeachment when the Republicans take over in 2022.
Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Chinese deal and was down as the big guy to get a 10% cut. Folks, this guy is yet not ankle deep, not knee deep, not waist deep, not chest deep, not even neck deep. This guy is forehead deep. Joe Biden and his son, international deal. There is no longer any reasonable doubt that this man is a central figure. Here's the international corruption scheme for influence men. None. The man is not missing income. He couldn't explain it. Just randomly finds $5 million. Yeah, Nelly Nelda. He's a guy. This thing. They know the president's financial filings. Check this out. Reveal that he declared almost $7 million more income on his tax returns. And he did on his government transparency. Some
Like a dirt fort, people. The dirt is cheap. Why, there's pillagers here. This is why, like, hardcore on this game would be like, I played RL Craft. Okay, everyone said RL Craft is the hardest thing ever. I played RL Craft without really any issues at all. Yeah, it was a little annoying to like find flint and figure out how to make tools and stuff when I first got into that, but it wasn't impossible. And once you figured out that and what creatures were somewhat safe, I mean, yes, there was things that would randomly happen, but it wasn't that bad. This, it isn't things that randomly happen. It's things that are going to happen. Like, you're pretty much guaranteed that things are slowly coming after you because and it's only the creepers. Like, that's the only thing you really got to worry about is the creepers, but the creepers are the fuel source for everything else. Why am I slowly still losing energy? Because in this mode right now, the creepers, their detection radius isn't very long. I could probably put a mod in to increase their detection radius to what we were doing before. But that mod that we used that was like from patch like 1.0, that thing, it was way too hard. The creepers and zombies and skeletons were digging to get to you. So they would get to you every night. This, I mean, the creepers, you know that they're coming. You can hear them explode. The thing is, you don't really know where they're coming from or how long it's going to take for them to get you. And then you can kind of feel some explosions through the wall when they're really close. But there's times where things just collapse underneath you because the creepers have blown up the underground. There's times where they just blow up a huge section of your wall and let creatures in. So there's a bunch of stuff that just one minor change that could be made to just vanilla Minecraft would make the whole game that much better. And I don't know why they don't do it. Because it's not like it's that big of a difference compared to just base vanilla Minecraft. You can't be like, oh no, the game is so hard now. But it changes everything. All these massive bases that you see, they wouldn't have like the best defense because the creepers would slowly whittle down the outside of your wall. You can't do a one thick wall anymore because as soon as one creeper blows up, it's done. And you can't do like a 2 or 3 thick wall because it probably can still go through that. So like the minimum is like 5 thick, and that could probably do 2 to 3 creeper blasts before something gets in. And then you got to repair it, which makes you have to go mine I'm still losing energy. But you can see that it makes you have to go mine. So when I play vanilla Minecraft, as soon as I get like a 3 high wall, kind of like what I have right here, I'm perfectly safe. But in this game mode, that right there is only enough to help me versus skeletons, maybe spiders, and skeletons, zombies, spiders if I put a ledge on the side of it, right? But it doesn't help versus creepers. And honestly, like when I originally played Minecraft, I just wanted somebody to like make the Enderman to where they would dig through the ground, so the Endermen would be a little bit more scary than they were. Because basically, anytime you see an Enderman, it's just like don't look at him and you're fine. Or maybe just make it to where like if you looked at an Enderman, maybe instead of him just like randomly like teleporting and attacking you, just make him to where he would like sporadically dig blocks out of like an area or something around you. Like maybe that would be a better way to do it than just having the creepers. That way, if you don't want to get punished, I mean, you just have to kind of defend yourself versus the Enderman. And Endermen don't spawn as much as creepers. But I'm just saying that a creeper, just that one minor change, because in vanilla, you set up your little wall, you get a little house, you get a little farm for food. You don't even have to drink water or worry about temperature. And then, like, you're supposed to go fight the Ender Dragon, but there's hardly any reason to go search for the Ender Dragon. There's hardly any reason to go look for new supplies or anything like that, or even leave your base that you've built unless you want to go get, potions or some sort of different item. All right. And then, like, once you get a whole big supply of everything, you don't really need to go out and do anything anymore. And so, like, I would never even hardly go to the Nether. Like, I went to the Nether for redstone in the past, and that was about it. But with this, um, even like going into the mine shaft, like you can dig as many blocks as you want, but you're gonna run out, and then you're always storing the blocks, and there's nowhere to put them. This puts the blocks to use. You got to have blocks to repair your walls so you can live safely, and then so you're gonna have to have blocks for repairing your walls, and you're gonna have the blocks to build, and you got to build like areas that are safe so creatures and stuff won't just spawn and destroy you. So you got to slowly make things safer as you play. And the creepers can collapse the ground underneath you. They can blow up your walls. Um, they can bust into your mine shafts, which is like a really big one. But it's also a benefit because it teaches you, or not really teaches you, but it can show you where things are as well. Because creepers can spawn in these cave systems, these mine shafts, and everything, and they'll slowly blow up through the ground until they reach where you are, and that allows you to find these places without having to like go and search them out, which is also kind of a plus. It saves a lot of time in that mention as well. But I'm just saying that it's not really like the craziest thing in the world. That's just me though. But it does make the game a whole lot better, personally, I think. And the more I've played Minecraft, the more I've realized, like, 'cause I don't play it all the time, but back when I first started doing builds that took, you know, 100 by 100 block space, 200 by 200 block space, 100 to, blocks in the air. You have these massive structures that are just gigantic and they take months to build. And then, the server gets shut down or something and you lose everything forever. But then if you play single player, you don't have anyone to share it with. You don't have anything that you can show off when you do it. And so that kind of sucks too. You can't just like have a tour where someone walks through your base. But then like you go and you have these smaller builds. Like I became more nuanced in like how I built things. And I took a lot of inspiration from medieval builders and stuff because I used to build a lot of medieval structures. And a lot of their stuff has like very simple materials that are easy to find and acquire. And it's the same in Minecraft. So, like wood, you can mine out blocks of wood. It takes time, but then you can multiply the amount of blocks that you have by turning those woods into planks and such, which is kind of useful and speeds up the building process of a lot of buildings. And then you have stone and stuff which can reinforce the buildings. You have thatch, which would be easier to find. You just grow it. You don't have to go mine it or something compared to like a roof. But in Minecraft, you don't have to replace your blocks. So I mean, you don't have to worry necessarily about doing all this stuff. You don't have to like repair the roofs or whatever. But if you're going to build like say a massive kingdom, you don't want to waste all your good block. Like you don't have to like want to go and grab a bunch of quartz and keep grabbing quartz to build every single building in your whole kingdom. You build with simple materials. Like 90% of your buildings would be like somewhat easy materials to get, like regrowable trees, regrowable wheat, and then all your stone and all that stuff would be put into your big important buildings. I think what we're going to do now is where this entry point is here. I kind of feel like making a path. So this is another couple things. So as I've built more and more in Minecraft, I've kind of come to the conclusion that like big buildings aren't really worth my time and effort, because you build a big building and then you have a massive structure where you have a bunch of like if you come in here, this is a biggerish type building, right? If I was to enclose this whole thing, I could turn like one section into a kitchen and one section into a little sleeping room and one section into a brewery or whatever. You could make one building that's about this size into everything that you would possibly need all in one structure. You'd have all your brewing stands, you'd have all your forge stuff, everything. You'd even have a mine shaft and all that, all in this one building if you wanted to. Okay. But with Minecraft, like once you become sufficient, once you have everything in one place, you don't need to go out and do anything. You don't have to go do anything. And that's where the game dies off. Okay. And then when the creatures can't affect you, then all you have to do is kind of hide inside your house and there's nothing they can do to you. Whereas the creepers alone will blow up into your building, they'll blow up and destroy some of your stuff. And not that, like, I'm saying, like, this is just part of the mod thing. But before I even use this, I got to the point where my whole thing was I started building like castles and thick walled structures and stuff. Instead of building like 40 blocks tall, I'll cap out like at 13 or 20. And you have like these medium-ish sized structures that are bigger than just a small house, but they look more impressive and more intricate than smaller buildings, but they're not massive scale to where you've wasted all that time building something completely massive and insane that you're never going to walk on or anything, you know. And then when something happens, it blows up and it destroys your simple wall. Like I think all that is a lot more realistic. Like you can still build things with massive walls, okay? The point is you don't want to build everything with a massive wall, because then it's just like, oh no, another massive wall. It's not, there's nothing special about it. And I also got into like when it comes to intricate details, when you start getting into buildings like this, and then also when you start getting things like, first off, I started doing this before I used the mod anyway, but you see how like I'm starting to build a little trail here. Well, this is because like in regular Minecraft, you don't really have to worry about creatures as long as you have barriers. So if you want, so instead of putting everything in this house here, right? Where all I have is a house in the middle of nowhere, I liked building kingdoms. So what I would do is like I would build a house, have like my bed and some storage and stuff in here, maybe, a smelter or something to cook some food or whatever to bake with. And then I would go out and like these crops, I would go and plant a field of crops, build a farmhouse, build a barn, and I would store wheat and stuff in the barn and then keep regrowing crops and all that and build like a silo and stuff. So you have a farm area. Okay. Well, then how are you going to get to the farm? So you need to build a road. So you build a road in between, where you're living and stuff and the farm. And to do that and to get there safely, you just have to like dig a trench with like a 2 high wall, or you build fence. And so now you have a fenced area that goes all the way along your trail. And then when creatures, if there's any creatures at all that are out there, even if you're in an unwalled area, that fence is good enough to keep them mostly out. I mean, you have to worry about skeletons shooting at you, but you can run past them. It's not that big of a deal. Spiders, I mean, you can outrun them. Zombies, they're not going to get over the fence. Creepers, they're not going to blow up, in normal Minecraft with a fence. So you can safely travel pretty much with a fence from one destination to the other. But the point is that, you build your farmhouse and stuff on land that's really good, really suited to growing crops. And there's good land for that. And there's a lot of times in Minecraft where you find places later on that look really awesome to build at. And then you're like, I want to build there and make a base there, but all your stuff is already in this other location. You don't really have any need to like go and build something there. And then it just becomes a lot more hassle, And then once you have two bases, one of them starts becoming obsolete and you never really go there anymore. But with this, it's a little bit more like, so I take, and to make every time that I settle down somewhere, I'm turning it into a village pretty much. So instead of putting everything in this one house, I'll have a farmhouse that has crops and stuff. I'll have an armor smith that, is where I produce all of my armor and ores and all that. At least thematically, I can still have a place that consolidates everything, but thematically, I'm going to have a place for that. I'm going to have a bakery, a church, all this stuff that spreads your buildings out. Instead of having one building, you have it spread out. And it's the same sort of thing that the villages do over here. Like they have a cleric, they have a blacksmith, all of that stuff. And it's kind of twofold because one, it spreads it out, makes your buildings bigger, more intricate, more buildings. All that stuff is good, like libraries and all that stuff. The other thing though is that it kind of protects you in a way. In normal Minecraft, you don't really have to worry about losing everything that you have. Okay. Whereas like every time I've played this hardcore series, I've died before I've even been able to get everything up off the ground, right? Now imagine if I was like midway through and I got a red moon or something and my base just gets absolutely demolished. Okay. Now, I don't have any shelter anymore. I'm basically down to ground one, just like I was when I first started, and there's not much that I can do except for try to rebuild that up. Now, if I separated everything, they're going to focus purely on getting to me. So the creepers and stuff are going to blow up the one building that I'm in. If I have less stuff in one building and thicker walls, it gives me a lot more protection than I would have if I was in a building with a lot of separate rooms. So building thicker wall structures gives me more protection, and it still makes my building look relatively good on the outside because it looks bigger than it is on the inside. But it also feels kind of cozy when you're inside of a building that has like smaller rooms and passageways and stuff, to me anyway, compared to the big open spaces that you get in these giant structures. But like, why build a giant structure if it's only going to take one or two creeper blasts to blow up in that? Plus, with the physics mod, you're going to have to support all that weight on something. And then if the creepers blow up and get into your base and then they blow up any of those support beams, you could have your whole building start collapsing on top of you. So it becomes a pretty, you know, a balancing act of what you're going to do and why you're doing things that you're doing. And I think that's a really nice feature to kind of have in a Minecraft thing. Now, the physics isn't really necessary, but it does help. And that's the same sort of stuff with like the water, um, the survival mod where I have to drink water and eat food and stuff. But in combination with uh, the water not being replaceable means that like no matter what I do, for the most part, the game has a finite lifespan. Now, I've already thought of a couple ways to fix this, which is you get cauldrons and you find a rainforest or something and you start collecting rainfall in the cauldrons. That's, I think, the only way that I can make a renewable water source. But at the start of a game, especially if I was having this multiplayer, water is vital. You have to have a big source of water that is, or at least a pond that can sustain you for a good amount of time, because you got to use the water for drinking. You got to use the water for growing crops. It's more efficient to use the water for travel than it is to start running everywhere because it saves a lot of energy, which saves water, which saves food. You know, uh, you got to use the water for like making obsidian or something. Am I getting attacked right now? And little things like this, there's a pillager tower over there. I know it's there. But now that I have pillagers coming up in my base area, I don't like that. I need you to go about your day, sir. I don't remember. Shield. Wood planks and 1 iron. I don't have enough wood planks. I'm gonna circle around and see. I think we can fight them in the small confines of this base. Maybe, but there's like 2 or 3 of those guys. And I don't know if the villagers will help me out with this. I don't think they would. See if we can bait them into this corridor here. They might encircle us. Oh, that's weird. I didn't know that was a thing. I swore there was more. Imagine if you gave these pillagers like AI. Have you ever played The Forest where the AI kind of it patrols and then it adapts to where you are and kind of encircles you? They did that to the pillagers in Minecraft and stuff. For the creatures, that would be another thing I think would be a really good add-on if you wanted to make the game a little bit more difficult. But yeah, it protects your base versus getting destroyed when you have all your buildings and stuff separated because one building gets taken out, then you still have everything else that's perfectly safe. It also gives you more storage because generally you're going to have storage at every item. I mean, you can still have your main base. So, like me, I would build my village and stuff with different buildings. And then once I got to the point where I was strong enough to build a castle, the castle would consolidate everything into one area. And then if anything happened from that point, the castle gets destroyed or whatever, I can still fall back to the village and kind of, still have my stuff operating. So I think that's a good thing. So it looks like we picked up a crossbow. But now that we know that armor like wears us out, we got to kind of keep that stored until we need it. I didn't know, but apparently that's a thing now. So, and we got a bow, so that is a plus for us. Now we also got these mine rails. I plan on going back to the other side and opening a mine shaft on the other side of the mountain where all the mine rails already are. And I think I'm gonna, instead of digging the mine shaft this way underneath the mountain towards us, I think we're going to go through the desert. Depending on if there's stone there or not. If there's not stone, I'm pretty sure there's going to be stone down there though. We can dig to a level where there's stone, and then we're going to start the mine cart rails and just dig straight. I think would probably be the way. I mean, we could dig this way, but we already know what's here. And I think I don't think this tells me a direction. I don't think there's a direction there, but I mean, we got to be able to expand at some point. And I don't know if I want to craft more minecart rails or just kind of like leave them the way they are. But I like the look of a minecart rails. Those ones that are on the ground over there, I like the look of those. Um, let's look at rails real quick. We don't have any powered rails either, but so powered rails are gold, a stick, and redstone. So if we can find redstone, we can get this. The problem is that every map that I've been on so far, when you dig down to like diamond level, it's always a bunch of lava. And I can't stay down there because it's too hot. I don't think there's any way that we can. So we could build more minecart rails relatively cheaply as well, as long as we have a good source of iron. So we need to be in a level that we can mine more iron. And I think, that 60 or whatever, I mean, there's a good amount of iron in these mountains. So it could be important. But part of this is that if I start digging a mine shaft underground and it's not well lit enough, the creepers are going to spawn down there and they're going to slowly blow up until they get to me. And I would rather keep the place that has my base near have stable underground areas. I don't want a bunch of caves because if they blow up and destroy everything underneath it, it could be a problem. Oh my god. I think you see the dilemma now. So we're pretty much not going to be able to build in wood for the most part. Yep. Yep. We done messed up, fellas. Done messed up. Because we have darker nights and stuff out here. Baby zombie. Now, see, now we got ourselves in a situation where there's not really a right choice. So I think what we do is just try to swim for it. The zombie just fell in the water. You see, I'm pretty sure our bed got destroyed right there. And it's a possibility that the chest got destroyed with all of our armor and stuff in it. And we know that most of the wood and stuff that we use got destroyed right there. So, I mean, that whole structure that we built can pretty much burn. You know, it's not it's not even with, like, stone, it's not going to be safe to like live in that building. I'm not trying to live in the building. Like the purpose of that right now is it's kind of like a garrison. I'm putting it in between the two villages. The main point is that I want to grow food there, so I have a really good food supply. But I'm gonna put beds and stuff inside of the building and try to make the village expand. Cause you can see there's 3 golems right there. So, like, I'm trying to get the village to expand, and I can build more houses and stuff, but, the more villagers that I have, the less likely they are to, like, go extinct. So, like, this creeper, it seems like the villagers aren't getting rid of creepers anymore. So right now you can see these golems are putting in overtime. See the amount of creatures that are out here? Yeah, these guys don't even care about creepers. See, but I can't defend versus the creepers because I can't. They seem to like have a slower, like a faster explosion time or something compared to what they used to. And these golems, I mean, they'll eventually die, I'm pretty sure. I mean, but if they die, we do get a little bit of iron, and they should respawn as long as we have villagers. So if we can expand that village, we're going to get more golems, which should protect the village versus most things besides creepers. Apparently, the cats don't scare the creepers away now either. But this is kind of where things, fall. Anytime that you have to do repairs, you're going to need more blocks, and you got to get the blocks from somewhere. And not every block on the world is reusable, which requires you to start mining. But you see, as these creatures slowly die, like we can slowly remove and gather some more stuff. Because there's a beehive right there. Because some of the stuff like ooh, fish. Some of the stuff we can't really we can't really replace. Like so, like a mob's farm. Like I can't. I don't believe that I can. Of course, there's 3 skeletons in the river. I don't believe that I can make a mob farm. Uh, at least I haven't tried with the mods because it makes it to where the creepers, once they spawn, if I'm standing there trying to farm them, I think they would explode and destroy the mob farm. If they happen to explode at the wrong time, it would destroy any mob farm that I build. So you'd have to have a mob farm that's almost completely water, or at least bait the creepers to you to where they don't prematurely explode. There was skeletons here. I guess they despawned. But see, these villages, they have these cats, but the cats don't seem to do anything. Got some more potatoes. See, but the more of these potatoes that we can grow, we should be able to trade these to the villager. And it might not be efficient to. This is grass dying. It might not be efficient to trade it to the villager, but I think it'll be worth it just to get, more trade options and also have some other stuff going on. But you see, like, pretty much the center of this all's gone from one creeper. So we're gonna have to use dirt to kind of seal out the exterior, and then like we're basically just gonna have to like migrate some stone in here later on to kind of protect everything. But for now, I mean, this is what we got. Mm. I don't even know if putting the bucket of water underneath you when you fall would save you anymore, to be honest. No, the water is turning to ice, apparently. So it's cold enough for all the water to freeze. Yeah, either that or it's, fall. Season winter. It's midwinter right now. So I guess that would explain why the water's freezing. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if it's me or shoot, I forgot our bed. Forgot all about the bed. I don't even know where the light is coming from, unless it's the moon. Yeah. I mean, we don't have any water or anything. We can't afford to really. Yeah, you see one explosion right there, and that was right on our crops. 2 explosions back to back. You see how big that hole is? That is the destruction that we are dealing with. And we can't afford to lose the crops. I was trying to get a drink of water, but I guess it's not going to happen. Emerald for 16 arrows. See that right there? One explosion burned down a whole village. At least the top of it. But now there's a hole in this building and creatures are going to be able to go in. So slowly but surely, a village will fall. Surprised I can't drink this. I swore I could. See, but You can see that all the water is starting to freeze because there's seasons. So this is the end of winter, so the ice is probably going to start melting. But you can see how this right here, it was two or three layers thick, not good enough. 2 explosions, boom. Right into the side of this, destroyed half the building pretty much. That's what you're dealing with here. Which apparently also killed off all of the crops, you know, like because the water's here, so then the crop's gonna end up dying. And this is a big difference between, you know, this and normal Minecraft. Normal Minecraft, that water would be there and be flowing out. This one, the water actually escaped and is now scattered all about in here. But look how big that hole is. So we might have to scrap this project and just kind of make all of these fields into what we're trying to make them into. I think that's pretty much what we're gonna have to do here. Let's use all the available land for farming that we can. Now, this place, winter probably isn't as bad as some other places, but you can imagine, you know, in winter, just the water freezing alone is enough to kill all your crops. They also probably grow at a slower rate and everything else. So, I mean, there are a couple things that you got to probably look out for. So we refilled that back up. And this isn't a full bucket of water. So dump here, and then you get here, and this isn't even a full bucket of water yet. But that's pretty much all that's down in here. Now, if we're going to try and repair the land here, you're going to have to relocate a bunch of dirt to fill up this massive hole. But I don't think you're understanding that this is 2 creepers. Look how big. This would completely level your house. And we have physics blocks on. So like if you're in a building and this blows up next to you, 1, you may be dead, but 2, your structure is probably going to collapse. Although our physics mod does kind of mess up a little bit. So, but I guess we're going to just like repurpose this wood. We'll probably just gather it up and try to repurpose it. Try and build a mine shaft, get the mine shaft going. Speaking of which, we'll probably need to build some more mine rails. We'll just slowly level out all of this in here and turn this whole section right here into a massive farm area. And then we'll try and just build, I guess, some more buildings on either side over here. That'll be the new plan because this place is going to end up getting destroyed. 1 minute.
Looking at stuff. I'm trying to wait on my thing to say that I got another paycheck yet or not, but it keeps saying that they're having website issues. I found a safe. I think I'm gonna try and get. It's gonna be a big one. But I could dig the hole for it right now, but I think I'm gonna try and buy it and then see if it actually fits where I think it's gonna fit. Cement shop. supposed to be better. The one I saw, I think, was the Lowe's. It's probably not double pan, but it was like 350 or something. It's taking a little bit longer to buy everything, I guess. Yeah, I'm trying to get the door and the safe, and then after that, I'm kind of trying to dig that trench and get it done. But it's going to take me, I don't know, like a month or something to get all the money for it. Yeah, that safe, I think I sent you a picture of it, but if I was gonna get a bigger safe, I guess that would probably be the one I was gonna get was I forget what it was called. It's kind of green looking, but it's I think it has like a dial and a key lock on it. And I think it was like a 14 or 16 gun safe, but it was bigger than all the other ones that said 14 gun safes on it. And from what I remember in the dimensions, it was something like I think like 5 or 6 feet tall. I think like 5 feet tall, and then it was I think 16 inches wide and 15 deep. I think. And from the center, I wasn't exactly sure where you want to place that center brick, but I kind of placed it next to the edge of the wall over there and measured it. And it was like 16 and a half or 16 and a quarter, so I figured maybe. So basically the distance between the two black trim parts inside the wall, in between those two on the outside is almost exactly 20 feet.
just look at this as more BS politicking. I think it is absolutely that the DOJ has been corrupted by Merrick Garland, a man who would not charge people who blatantly broke the law protesting in front of the homes of Amy Coney Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh. And now I'm supposed to sit here and think, oh, this is legitimate. No, it is illegitimate. The DOJ has been weaponized. And you know what? I don't even want to sit here and defend these cops. One of these cops is accused of falsifying a statement on a sworn affidavit for which he was fired. And you know what? There may actually be merit to some of these charges. But when you have a corrupt DOJ that's been arresting, that's been targeting the former administration the way they are now, sorry, don't know, don't care. These people should be impeached, fired, whatever it is you do. We got another video, another story. Ed Cruz posting the head of the FBI. I think Veritas released the whistleblower showing the FBI considers symbols of American history to be symbols of extremism. So no, I do not believe them. But let me at least read you the news and show you there is some potential merit here, show you a counter argument, and then basically just say, don't know, don't care. Look, I don't want to sit here and stand for cops. I had a story that I tell frequently about I watched a cop lie under oath. Well, not watch, that's a wrong way to put it. I filmed an incident, and then the cop lied under oath to have it for a false arrest, and there was no punishment. Now, I'm not so stupid as to say I experienced something and thus I feel good when other people are charged. Now, I don't know anything about these guys. If they did something wrong, then so be it. But I'm not going to transfer my emotions and project them onto different people. That's what we see too often from the left, and that's why they cheer for stuff like this without knowing the details. That's why they get things wrong. This is story from ABC News. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced Thursday the Department of Justice has filed charges against 4 former and current Louisville police officers in the death of Breonna Taylor. The charges include civil rights offenses, unlawful conspiracies, unconstitutional use of force, and obstruction offenses. Quote, the federal charges announced today allege that members of a police investigations unit falsified the affidavit used to obtain a search of Ms. Taylor's home, and that this act violated federal civil rights laws, and that those violations resulted in Ms. Taylor's death, Garland said in a news conference. The federal charges against Officer Joshua James, former Louisville Detective Kelly Goodlett, and Officer Kyle Meany alleged they violated Taylor's Fourth Amendment rights when they sought to search Taylor's home while knowing they lacked probable cause, and that they knew their affidavits contained false information and omitted other material information. Goodlett and James have been charged with conspiracy for allegedly falsifying the affidavit for a search warrant, according to the Justice Department. I'm bored. Innocent until proven guilty. The cops are lying on sworn affidavits to get warrants. Yeah, I'm not playing that game here. I don't want to defend anyone related to this. But I just think Merrick Garland is the epitome of corruption. And he will not get any benefit of the doubt or favor from me when he lets those people break the law in front of the homes of Supreme Court justices because it benefited his political faction. And then a man showed up intent on killing Kavanaugh. Merrick Garland is corrupt. Prosecutors allege that James and Goodlett met in a garage of Taylor's death. The female investigators a false story. Oh, that's true? Good, lock him up. But I'm not going to sit here and defend or believe Merrick Garland. Charges have also been filed against Brett Hankerson, former Louisville Metro police officer, involved in the death of Breonna Taylor. Hankerson has been charged in a 2-count indictment of violation of criminal law, both of which are civil rights offenses. Hankerson allegedly used unconstitutional excessive force during the raid and shot through a window and sliding past door in Taylor's home. That was covered in blinds and curtains after there was no longer a lawful objective justifying use of deadly force. The Justice Department has a pattern or practice investigating ongoing into the Louisville Police Department. Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark, DOJ's Civil Rights Division, told reporters that the separate investigation remains ongoing, and that DOJ has a team on the ground still conducting interviews with stakeholders and conducting ride-alongs with police there. Garland said he spoke with Taylor's family earlier Thursday and informed them of the charges. We share, but we cannot fully imagine, the grief felt by Breonna Taylor's loved ones and all of those affected by the events of March 13th, 2020. Breonna Taylor should be alive today, Garland said during a press conference. And it is just a truly disastrous circumstance. They had a legal warrant to search her home. Her boyfriend shot at the cops in the dark, who then fired back and accidentally hit her. They were cleared of any crimes, but Merrick Garland is charging them anyway because the DOJ has turned our country into a banana republic. Well, I agree halfway with Greg Price. I believe Merrick Garland has done this. Selective enforcement. Yeah, he gives them the power, and then we see these moves. However, legal warrant? You're not even cops know an investigation actually is warranted. It's too bad Merrick Garland is a corrupt piece of garbage. Breonna Taylor case. Ex-detectives upheld by government fired. I absolutely hate press. They make it happen. They don't figure out what really happened. Writing stories, not explaining. Actually happened. They say he lied. About what? Give me the details. Explain what's going on. They don't. All right, so let's dig deeper. Let's find another story. The Courier Journal. Joshua James can have LMPD job for lying on Breonna Taylor warrant board rules. Well, tell me what happened. Vaguely talk about it. Okay. Let's go back to the first story. Joshua James fired. James wrote in the March 2020 warrant application that he verified with a U.S. postal inspector that Taylor's ex-boyfriend, a man police suspected of dealing drugs, received packages at her arrest. The internal investigation found, however, that James did not personally verify the information. Instead, lying on another officer's word that proved to be false. Okay, fine. You lie in a sworn affidavit, you go to jail. So, the worst person you know just made a good point. Now, this guy, I will say, innocent until proven guilty. I'd like to see what they come up with in a trial. Did he actually lie? It's an accusation. That's not definitive proof. But I'm not going to sit here and stand for cops, especially when they're accused of falsifying warrants. And Greg, if you're going to say that they had a legal warrant to do so, I look at this and I say it's questionable. I don't know for sure. Let's have an inquiry. However, I completely agree. Merrick Garland is corrupt. He's completely corrupt. The DOJ is corrupt. And what am I supposed to do? I'm going to sit here and be like, who am I supposed to just believe? No, I can tell you this. I don't know much about Joshua James. Maybe he did not falsify. Maybe this false accusation because the DOJ has been weaponized. I am more inclined to believe that because Merrick Garland is corrupt. That's it. It is partisan witch hunts in the DOJ. Robert Navarro in shackles. I mean, look at this. Look at the rate on Roger Stone. Tipping off CNN. So why would I believe you now? Now, not a fan of these cops. Not at all. But these things happen. And I don't know for sure, and I will not condemn a man without definitive evidence. So I will say this. While I personally appreciate an inquiry into whether or not there was lying on a sworn affidavit to get a warrant, which you should get locked up for, you think I'm going to believe Merrick Garland? Never going to happen. The officer involved who interviewed him on Simcast IRL said the FBI used tactical teams to raid former officers' homes early this morning over the Breonna Taylor case. It's political theater. Officers had cooperated. There was no need to show. It depends on what they did. Maybe they're concerned about evidence tampering or something like that. That I can understand. Maybe they come and they show up, they knock on the door, and they say, out of the house with a warrant. You don't need tactical teams for that. So this right here, it says to me, maybe there's an issue. Merrick Garland is crooked. I'm saying, that's right. These people, in my opinion, the people running the show, crooked. I can show you this from Animal.com. Let's talk about the DOJ's doing. Some of the C-SPAN of Ed Cruz, I'm going to play for you every yesterday. It was reported that Bud McGarrett paid a copy classified training material, which listed various symbols and themes which, in the FBI's estimation, were indicative of, quote, militia violent extremism. Now, these symbols weren't things like the Ku Klux Klan or the Nazi Party, which naturally would be symbols of that, but instead they included, rather astonishingly, patriotic symbols of our nation and our history. Included on this list is the Betsy Ross flag. Now, that's fairly remarkable that the Betsy Ross flag in the FBI's indication is indicative of militia violent extremism, among other people who have been publicly alongside the Betsy Ross flag. And President Barack Obama, who was sworn in directly underneath two Betsy Ross flags. It's not just President Obama. We also have President Biden, who was sworn in under Betsy Ross flags. Not just the Betsy Ross flag. Also on this list is the Gadsden flag. It's a symbol of violent extremism. Now, the state of Virginia has a license plate for the Gadsden flag, as do many other states. And people would be astonished to find that having that license plate, the FBI indicates you're a violent extremist. Also included on this is a text that I was particularly struck, is the Gonzales battle flag. Come and take it. As indicative of being a violent extremist militia. Well, I will self-report right now, every day in the Senate I wear my boots. I have the Gonzales battle flag on the back. All right, I dig that. Director Ray, what are y'all doing? This makes no sense. Do you agree with this FBI guidance that the Betsy Ross flag, the Gadsden flag, and the Gonzales battle flag are signs of militia violent extremism? So we have from Town Hall the response from Director Ray.
Senator, I'm not familiar with the particular document you have behind you, and I'm not in the practice of trying to comment on documents that I haven't recognized, but I will tell you that when we put out intelligence files, including ones that reference symbols to a wide variety of contexts, we usually take great pains to put caveats and warnings in the document to make clear that a symbol alone is not considered evidence of extremism.
Well, Director Ray, you don't include things like Antifa, you don't include things like Black Lives Matter. Instead, you identify patriotic Americans as suspect. But I would know there's a pattern of this. Yep. That's it right there. Okay. You get a license to Betsy flag. It's simple. I loved it when Ted Cruz pulled up the Gonzales flag, because the Gonzales flag is very cool. It is Hillary and I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. The Gonzales flag, Revolutionary War, the Texas Revolution. In early January 1831, Green DeWitt wrote to Mona Buski's political official of Bexar as an armament for the defense of the colony of Gonzales. The request was granted by delivery of a small used cannon. A small bronze cannon was received by the colony and signed for on March 10, 1831 by James Tomlinson Jr. The cannon was mounted to a blockhouse in Gonzales. It was the object of Texas pride. A minor skirmish known as the Battle of Gonzales, the first land battle of the Texas Revolution against Mexico. A small group of Texans successfully resisted the Mexican forces who had warred from Colonel Domingo de Ubarquilla to seize their cannon. I love it. This one little cannon. And they're like, okay, they're like, I can take it. Wait. That's Texas now. And so, Ted Cruz, here's that boot. And they say, hold on, lobby. I'm going to take it. This idea, this idea has long been extremism, a defensive statement. Don't tread on me. This is extremism. I'm sorry. When you get a story about the DOJ doing anything right now, we have evidence of their corruption. This right here. when they take symbols of American history, the Betsy Ross flag, the Gadsden flag, the Gonzalez flag, and they say extremism, there is a parasitic entity trying to destroy this country. They're attacking our symbols of freedom, liberty, and independence. And the DOJ wants to believe them on this stuff. House lie. Uncertain affidavits in violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. You got a problem. You got a big problem. You got a corrupt government right there. I'd like to find out more about that. So, okay, I'll accept that. The DOJ is targeting people. Well, you can't believe it. And of course, they're going to think, actually, those guys are stealing our rights. I don't care. I don't trust people in power. I don't trust them. I don't trust most people. A lot of people, man, I don't know. It's hard. Evolutionary war imagery. An example of a militiaman during a revolutionary war. The Liberty Tree. Famous elm tree in Boston, near the Boston Commons in 1765. Colonists in Boston staged the first act of defiance against the British government at that tree. Commonly referenced historical quotes. Really amazing. Where's the Antifa stuff? Where's the far left extremism? They're talking about militant, militia, violent extremism. What about, there's leftist militias. There's far left extremist groups. They function the same thing. Where are they at? No. They don't show it. We're headed for dark times. You know, if you can't fly the Betsy Ross flag, remember when I think it was Colin Kaepernick complained that Nike made one? They made shoes, the Betsy Ross flag on it. They hate America. They hate America. They really do. They said this is law enforcement, the DOJ, the FBI, saying that our history is a reference to violent extremists, used by violent extremists. That's crazy to me. But now look, symbols. Come and take it. The Gonzalez flag of Texas. That's gotta be spit in the face of Texans. That's like Ted Cruz. There's those boots. Come and take it. Yeah, man. Dark days indeed, as they say. But we got right now. There's been Taiwan nonstop. China fired missiles that landed in Japanese territorial waters, and someone saying that was an act of war. Maybe war breaks out, this country splits in two. There's no common enemy. There's the fact that the FBI is doing this. These people have to be stupider than a box of rocks. Unless it's their goal to gut and bifurcate this country. Because if that's the case, they're doing it. Every action, every day. Sabotage and destruction. I don't think there's a solution. The cultural divide, the culture war, asking people who don't want to talk, who are just hell-bent on just torturing and burning down the other. That's what we do. I honestly have no idea. I really don't. You know what we're doing? We're trying to make apolitical content. We're trying to build culture. We're trying to inspire people to be independent. We're trying to share the ideas of liberty and personal responsibility. Maybe then people might change. What worries me is that it can't get bad enough to where people say, hey, everybody, let's stop for a second and take stock of what's happening and try and make life better. What happens is life gets really good, and then everyone fights until it just tanks and gets really, really bad. Me, I'm preparing for the really, really bad. Not like a prepper or anything. I'm just, paying attention to what's going on. I got out of the cities. We got some emergency supplies, nothing too crazy. But the reality of all of this is, if no one will back down, if both sides are losing their minds, then you're going to get conflict. But I shouldn't say that. Both sides is stupid. The Democrats are in a cult. The left is in a cult. Period. Just absolutely period. The FBI, targeting American history. Sorry, this is America. You don't like its history, I mean, fine, but to weaponize our own history against regular Americans, yet that's conflict. And that makes you the invading force. Your ideology is all in progress or whatever garbage you want. You can talk about how we should engage this country, but saying that our history betrayed them, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a bunch of it's sort of like we're going to reclaim the colonies once and for all. I'm kidding, by the way. That's all you need to know. Nothing else they say matters. Now you can talk about all the Q people in the world. I think they're out of their gourd as well, but they're not sitting here in the mainstream. Mainstream prominent conservative personalities condemn all of that stuff. So, maybe you want to play, fine, but it's not going to end well. I'll leave it there. It's coming up at 4 p.m. over at youtube.com.
This is where I'm really split.
I'm really split on this right now because hardcore, I would be dead. This would be over. I have to restart. But being able to just die and come back and get my stuff is normal Minecraft. I'm not like experienced enough probably for hardcore, but I think, you know, I would prefer to have like hardcore world, because like the hardcore world, it's hard for you to learn from your mistakes as much because you can't just replace everything. You got to start completely from the ground up. So like coming down here, I should have gotten like my armor, my sword, everything. You can see how massive this is. Just keeps going too. The thing is, like, the longer you're in a cave system like this, the cave systems have to be one of the most dangerous places because any wall could possibly get blown up by a creeper at any point. That last creeper came from over here, right? And you can see all these blocks. Like this cave system has been getting hollowed out. Oh, creeper head. Oh, there might be lava on the other side of that. I think we restart this world in hardcore. I really like everything about this place. Like stuff like that, like things can spawn. There's a big bee in here somewhere. If it stings me, I'm gonna be upset. Just look. We're already down to like 36. You can just, it just keeps going. Like if you don't come down in here, eventually this will all get hollowed out from creepers. And then you'll either have a massive collapse from up top, or you'll have something else happen. Sure. Look, I think that's the end of that one. But you can see, and there's so much iron and stuff that you can find right here. I mean, that's pretty nuts. About to be nighttime. You can see there's still explosions going on. There's 2 periods of day that you completely lose vision. Even now, like, I'm kind of lost. You can see how expansive this is. And there's tons of iron and coal here. So, I mean, literally, you could. Oh, need to, like, make this more noticeable. Okay, so there's something right there on the other side, too. But, like, this is what makes this Minecraft version, like, a lot different. So, yeah, it's still Minecraft, okay? You can tell just from that, okay? It explodes underneath me, opening up a hole that leads to a massive cave system that goes all the way down to 32 or something like that. So we go down over 10 levels, and they're exploding from all these different. So eventually, no matter where you go, all of the cave systems are going to slowly combine into one big cave system. Which I like the fact that, you got to pre-plan a little bit, but also, you don't necessarily have to put yourself in the biggest danger trying to go around and find certain things. But it also is a danger in itself because if they happen to make a cave system unstable, ooh, big B. We didn't kill it, okay, but it exited the house and we sealed it off as best we could. Guess we ran out of food. So somebody took a chunk out of this. I think that's a new hole. I'm not seeing too much damage, so most of that's coming from underneath. But we will need to get some more food, or at least plant these berries, I guess. We'll plant these berries over here somewhere. I guess we could use mine carts to transport our food and stuff back to the castle. I mean, that would make sense, I guess. I mean, we could also just run a minecart track to connect us to other places. Oh, shoot. Thought it said it was setting. Oh, no. Oh, that's another bed down the drain. Section of minecart rails. All right. I think what we'll do We'll save this world, try to make a copy of it, and transfer it over to a hardcore play, and then we'll try to do everything in hardcore. So we go single player, we go new world, edit, make a backup. Edit. So we'll attempt to optimize your world by making sure all data is stored in the most recent game format. No. And we'll see which one's the new one, which one's the old one.
That Moses was connected to the Pharaoh Akhenaten. Where does tradition and religion come from? It has to come from something and someone. Do you truly believe that every ancient myth, story, legend, there is based in a kernel of truth? There was a historical human that would have inspired that, and I'm fascinated by it. So when I saw this, I was like, oh my god, I have to look into this. What if the ancient patriarch of Moses was actually hiding in Egyptian history? Let's first do a little bit of background on Pharaoh Akhenaten. You may have heard of him. So he decided when he got to power that he was going to scrap the multi-god dynastic religion of Egypt. He was going to try and dismantle the priesthood, the ancient priesthood that had had a lot of power. The priests had a lot of power in Egypt. They were the wisdom keepers, the secret keepers. They were in charge of the temples. They were the only ones that were allowed into the Holy of Holies. They were kind of the gatekeepers of the spiritualism and the mysticism. And anyway, Akhenaten decided that he wanted to scrap all that. He wanted to go back to a more spiritual and enlightened and individual religion where anybody could access consciousness, a higher enlightened state. You didn't need to go through priesthood, or you didn't need to praise or worship multiple gods. There was just sort of one creator, one consciousness. He was in the 18th dynasty, which was around the New Kingdom, 1350 BC. He wasn't that well known until the 19th century, and then they discovered him, and now obviously he gets quite a lot of interest because people go, oh my god, he invented monotheism, and he invented new age spirituality. Turns out that he didn't. He was harking back to a time when people were of an enlightened state and in a higher consciousness. I don't think he invented it. I think he was doing a throwback. But Akhenaten is the guy, the reader is, he's the guy who married Queen Nefertiti. You must have heard. She's well famous. Both of them were trying to be good examples of what they were trying to talk about. The main god that was put as the top god out of all the other gods in dynastic Egypt was Amun. And it was the priesthood of Amun called the Hanuti, and they were the priesthood that Pharaoh Akhenaten was trying to dismantle because he preferred just one god, one entity, one deity, one force, and it was called Aten. People think that he invented it, but he didn't. The concept of this god Aten was recorded way back in the 3rd dynasty from the Old Kingdom, 2700 BC. It was in the reliefs there. What Akhenaten was actually doing was throwing back to an ancient god to the time of Aten, which, again, this date just keeps popping up. But the time of Aten was around the 9,000 around 3100 BC under the first pharaoh of dynastic Egypt. And then by the time you got to around 2000 BC, we were fully in the age of Amun, in the age of the hidden, and we'd gone right off track. And we were like the opposite to the side of age of Aten. Right, are you with me? So there's lots of ages. Aten's the kind of spiritual one, and Amun's the like heavily religious one. There's a fly in here. Also, one cool thing I just want to add in here about Pharaoh Akhenaten. Chain was trying to like dismantle what was going on, but he didn't do it with like horrific force or violence. Like there is no recordings of him torturing, maiming, killing, forcing anyone to do this enlightened path. He was
course,
trying to change the whole thing, but he didn't do it in a way that most other religions of history have, like, you know, wars through crusades and stuff like Hitler.
perfect world we somehow lose. Where's that go?
Just got to learn a little bit about the kind of family tree of Akhenaten to understand where all of the ancient teachings possibly could have come from, and then we can see where Moses comes into it. So, are you ready for the family tree of Akhenaten? So, we've got Akhenaten, who originally, that wasn't his name. His name was Amenhotep IV, technically, but when he became pharaoh, he changed his name to Akhenaten. So, you've got Amenhotep, get it? Amen from the god that was being raised before, and then he changed it to Akhenaten to be like for his god. That was his enlightened name. So his dad was Amenhotep III. So Amenhotep III married a woman called Tai or Taiyi, and she was rumored to have Asiatic roots and Semitic heritage. So she was like not originally from there, and she was the one that's attributed for teaching a lot of the things like the stages of the sun and the whole kind of ethos of what he believed in and the enlightenment and whatnot. What forth came from his mum, Tai. Now, Tai's father was a guy called Yuya, and Yuya's a real person. They literally found his grave, and Yuya was also not supposed to be from Egypt. He had Semitic roots, and he was the top aide, the right hand man to the king of Daddy Tutmos. Are you still with me? Tutmos the fourth. Yuya, working together, colleagues, Yuya. Yuya has a daughter, Tai. Tutmos the fourth has a son, Amenhotep III. These two get it on and have a baby called Pharaoh Akhenaten. Are you with me? I hope you are. Yuya is very exciting because there is a theory that Yuya was the historical origin story for Joseph in the Bible. Joseph, not Joseph, Jesus' dad, the one way back. Joseph and his technical dream boat. We all know, you must know that story. Who ended up going to Egypt and then being able to interpret dreams to the pharaoh, and then ended up having no time in that story. So Joseph, interesting now the quick slide. Where are you? It's interesting that the name Joseph in Hebrew and Aramaic is Yusuf, and Yusuf and Yuya both contain one of the Hebrew names of God. Just saying. Yuya, Yusuf, Joseph, they mean a card. This guy Yuya, because he is a historical dude, and they found his grave, they found him, and they found reference to him. He was given titles by the pharaoh that are the same titles that Joseph got in the Bible. Tutmos the fourth, which was the pharaoh that Yuya/Joseph was working with. Tutmos the only pharaoh that had any interested in dreams and translating dreams, because Tutmos the fourth was the dude to do with the stela in between, the dream stela in between the pinks of the Sphinx. The pause of the Sphinx was all about this kind of dude, Tutmos the fourth, saying that if he is crazy, opposite in dreams.
What's going on, gamers? Today we're going to be going over how to restore your server world backup, but it holds off backup and restore system. So useful if you run into any problems. Our first step, of course, is going to be to page break.
There's a theme here, people. So, Yuya might possibly be the patriarch of Joseph. A little sidestep, there was another
So in Tutmosis the Fourth's court, there was Amenhotep sort of happy. I think he was a very important person. Well, he obviously was. They couldn't choose statues to him, but he is sat in a very unusual way. When you see these statues, you immediately think, oh, he's Asian. Like, he looks like a Tibetan monk. Like, very, very Asian style seated stance. So there is a theory that Amenhotep, son of Hapi, was an old respected sage. He was a wise leader, and he came from an Asiatic background. So this dude was bringing that kind of like Far Eastern stuff. Now, why is that important? Because in the Commission history, there were 42 tribes of like ancient indigenous Commission people. And in their tradition, some of those tribes broke off and traveled to the Far East, set up bases there, and therefore they are going to travel back and would therefore be bringing back a mixture of traditions from the Far East, but also possibly original cultural, religious elements from original Kemets, which makes sense. If Akhenaten was harking back to a time from thousands and thousands of years before, following this god Aten, it also makes sense that a lot of his spiritual and enlightened teachings could have come from the Far East, but they're saying also came from original Kemet. Are you with me? Does that make sense? If you're still with me on this one, well done. This is like, he is also quite famous because you probably would have recognized his statue, because every statue that he commissioned his priests to make, he said, make it in my image, but all my flaws and stuff, like don't make me look like a Superman. All the other Egyptian pharaohs kind of look like carbon copies of this like buff action hero with like a face that doesn't really look like it has any emotion. So Akhenaten's likeness was very unusual. It had his flaws. He has a belly. He's got like man boobs. He's got like big hips. He's kind of he looks he does look kind of part mixed race Asiatic. He's got the long extended head. Then what happened was he said to the priest said, you know what, go for his flaws. And they were so excited by the condition without having the restriction that they went hard and they went ham and they kind of went overboard, and he looks like a cartoon. People go ahead and say he had a genetic condition or he was allergic. He had 6 tumors that dude wasn't okay. So what happened in a nutshell is Akhenaten is that at the end of his reign, what he tried to achieve and the big thing that he tried to change didn't basically happen. And after he died, his successor, Tutankhamun, and all the other Egyptian pharaohs tried to erase it. They did a smear campaign. They tried to erase his name, smash his statues. They brought back the old priesthood, the Amen. They brought back all the old gods, mummification. There was like a complete reverse Uno after that time period, which is a shame. Some people don't want positives that he was trying to. Right, now get into Moses. Let's just get into the Moses bit here because that's what you wanted to see. They found a tomb belonging to a right-hand man, like a prime minister, as it were, called Ramos. And Ramos, well, they found a tomb to this guy. It was like really this Ramos dude didn't get buried in Egypt. He was being prepared for burial there, but he didn't actually die there. It was like the right-hand man, who was also known as the fan bearer and the ear of the king. The running theory is that this Ramos dude, and Mos in the Greek is Moses. So Ramos, Moses, it's a very similar name. In the relief in Ramos's tomb, there is a relief depicting 12 tribes, which Hakim said traditionally those 12 tribes, like I said before, in ancient Kemet there were 42 tribes. Some of those tribes went off to the Far East in Asia. 12 of those tribes from Far East in Asia, 12 of those tribes from ancient Kemet and became the 12 tribes of Israel. That is what their indigenous historical story said. And the 12 tribes of Israel happened to be in Ramos, this close confidant of Pharaoh Akhenaten. At the end of Akhenaten's reign, or toward the end of the reign when it wasn't going very well, or after he died, Ramos left Egypt with the Atenists, with the people who wanted to still have
I'm seeing if I just happen to have the seed generator on my screen. I don't think that I actually looked at it this last time, but I might have.
Taking concrete actions to show your staunch support for Taiwan at this critical moment and for expressing the US's consistent policies. Chinese military is conducting its largest drills aimed at Taiwan in more than 25 years. They're expected to take place within.
It's also about telling the truth. That's saying scared gets you persecuted, including by the ABC. Abuse.
All right. Well, at least we know that that works still, so we can go back and play that one. I'll take a break from the Minecraft, come back over here to the old league, I guess. Also, I know I don't stream very much anymore. I might, at least try to do it once a week. I'll try to keep it on my schedule as best I can. I'm gonna try and get more and more income, so I'm trying to get another job, and then eventually I'll get my license to get another job through insurance and stuff as well. It's continuing my financial education with these books, so I've been a little bit busy, and I can't say I'm the best content creator. Okay, I won't say that I'm the best, but I did see that two people followed me yesterday, I believe, when I was playing the Minecraft, and so Lauren Zach00 and Ruanzing Gamer 09. I do appreciate that. If y'all happen to stick around, thank you. If you don't, then that's cool. If you want to play something, you can just holler, and I'll probably be down to play if I have time. But I can't say my social skills are the best because generally I'm kind of by myself most of my life, so that's not bad. Mm, I see Valkyrie is on, but I'm pretty sure they do ARAM. I'm gonna run to the store real quick before they close, and then I'll come back and play some of this. I want to get some hamburger meat or something. Try to make some sort of decent food before I go back to work tomorrow.